Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. You're looking at a live shot right there. You know what? I'm sort of covering the smoke. I should probably move the live shot over a little bit so you can see the smoke coming out of the top. There you go. You're looking at a live shot on the left in Damascus of a Syrian military headquarters, and also Damascus on the right. You can see destruction and smoke coming out of that Syrian military headquarters building, because Israel has attacked it, and Israel has been launching strikes on Syria to protect the Druze minority in southern Syria, and also to get Syria to withdraw their forces from southern Syria. So, and there are reports of new Israeli strikes on Syria in recent minutes. So we want to bring you an update on this situation, and we are bringing you live. We're going to bring you some live coverage, live updates, and keep an eye on what is going on. Also, the IDF just posted footage of strikes, I believe. So I want to show you that as well. The IDF just said, about less than an hour ago, by the way, the IDF said, the IDF continues to attack Syrian regime military targets in Damascus. The IDF recently attacked the Syrian regime's general headquarters. This is the military headquarters in the Damascus area of Syria. That's what you're looking at. From the general headquarters in Damascus, Israel says, Syrian regime commanders are directing the fighting and sending regime forces to the Suwayda area. In addition, a military target was attacked in the area of the Syrian regime's presidential palace in the Damascus area. So Israel has also struck near the presidential palace. Israel says the IDF continues to monitor developments and activity against Druze civilians in southern Syria, and in accordance with the directives of the political leadership, is attacking the area and is prepared for various scenarios. The Druze are a minority sect in southern Syria, and also in Israel. Israel has some Druze there as well. Southern Israel is the part of Syria near Israel, closest to Israel. So Israel says it wants to protect the Druze. Also, Israel does not want Syrian government forces in southern Syria near Israel. Yes, well, Israel started, they're zooming in there. Israel conducted some strikes on Syria yesterday, as one of our viewers said. It seems to be ramping up today. And you're looking at smoke coming out of this military headquarters in Damascus. Look at this. So I'm going to show you footage that the Israeli government released. I just need to pull it up here. No, Syria, I don't believe, has launched any strikes on Israel. That's a good question. I don't believe that Syria has launched any strikes on Israel. Israel would have a much stronger military than Syria would. Here, let me show you the video that Israel posted of it striking I believe this is them striking the military. Are these both Damascus? Hold on, I need to translate these. Actually, give me 1 second here. I'm going to show you the Israeli video. Yes, this is the Israeli strikes on Damascus. One on the military headquarters building and one on a target near the presidential palace. Yeah, I don't. Let's see. I think these are several strikes in Damascus. I believe these are all in Damascus. What would be nice is if I could find the IDF, the ones I'm about to show you. I'm going to pull this up on the screen right now. So here are some Israeli strikes. I believe these are all on Damascus. This was released by the IDF. I'm going to play this video for you. I think that first one is on the military headquarters, and the second one is near the presidential palace. What I need to do is pull up my phone and translate this. Let me pause it for a second. If that's possible. No, it's not going to be possible. Okay, now this second one says... The second one says attack on the Syrian regime's presidential palace, near the president. The second one is near the presidential palace. And the first one says, that's the one near the presidential palace. This one says, attack on the Syrian regime's general military headquarters in Damascus. Okay. So again, you're looking at, on the first one that you just saw is the military headquarters, and this one is right near the presidential palace. Those were today. And then right there, you're looking at the military headquarters in the large shot with the smoke coming out of it. All right, so let's get into some of the details here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any updates. So if you give me a second. Here is a, ooh, what was that? I don't know, maybe a car thing, I'm not sure. I have audio on from both cameras. Look at the damage to the military headquarters there. Let me read you a little summary here. Actually, I wanna read you something from the Israeli Defense Forces too, so you can hear their explanation of why they're doing this. I'm gonna turn the volume off for a second there. It's getting a little in the way. The IDF said today that the IDF now, earlier today, the IDF posted, the IDF struck the entrance of the Syrian regime's military headquarters in the area of Damascus of Syria. The IDF continues to monitor developments and the regime's actions against Druze civilians in southern Syria. In accordance with directives from the political leadership, the IDF is striking in the area and remains prepared to various scenarios. In recent days, Syria has sent in government forces to southern Syria to stop fighting between the Druze minority and Bedouin forces, but there started to be fighting between the Syrian government forces and the Druze minority, which Israel did not like. So it says it is protecting the Druze minority, but it also does not like Syrian forces in southern Syria near Israel. I'm going to pull up a map here. Give me 1 second here. Let me pull the map up. Southern Syria is the part near Israel. Closest to Israel, sorry. So we are talking about, oops, why is that not working? Give me a second here. Give me 1 second. That's why it's not working. There we go. No, sorry. We do not need the red banner is going to be, ignore the red banner for a second. Why was the red banner on? Anyways, it's not there anymore. Right there. See the Suwayda region? This is the Suwayda region. The Suwayda region is there. So there's Israel, and there's Syria, and Syria has sent government forces into the Suwayda region, and they have been fighting with the Druze minority there. Israel is particularly sensitive about anything going on in Syria close to its border. There's the border right there. So we're talking about the Suwayda region and Suwayda. Suwayda city is here. Southern Syria. Let me, one of our viewers said they're sensitive about everything. That's what Jazzy Renee said. Oops. Let me, oh, that's a truck right there. Let me read you a little summary here of what's going on. Hey, by the way, thanks to, I'm going to put a little volume on. Thank you to our moderators, Ruth and Beth Mythical and Havasu Mom and Roberts May Queen on YouTube. I really appreciate it. And Carms. That's the Syrian military headquarters building, which was attacked by Israel today. Oops. The video is a little iffy at the moment. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire, McBritches. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And also, hang on 2 seconds here. YouTube, I really appreciate. Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the stars on Facebook, by the way. I appreciate that. Kayla Aribadi moderating as well. Also, Denise Michelle. Thanks for the Facebook stars, Denise Michelle. Hang on 1 second here. Also, thank you to Arimov for your support, who says Julani didn't learn from Nasrallah in Sinwar. Thank you, Arimov, for your support. Also, Roberts 633, our member. Downey, Lynn Downey, our member. Christy Hunt, our member. Peasy Papa Zulu, thank you. John Posey, thank you. And Debbie James, thanks for the gift memberships. All right, let me read you a little summary of what's going on here, okay? I'm going to show you a picture as well. A couple pictures. Just need to pull this up on the screen. So how much is this was this going to intensify further? So by the way, here is a picture of the strike on the military headquarters here earlier today. Right here, there's a picture of it from Reuters. That's in Damascus. And you can see here, Reuters says Israel launches heavy airstrikes in Damascus, vowing to shield the Druze minority. Israel launched powerful airstrikes in Damascus today, damaging the defense ministry and hitting near the presidential palace as it vowed to destroy Syrian government forces who are attacking Druze communities in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw from southern Syria. The attack sparked a significant Israeli escalation against the Islamist-led administration of interim President Ahmad al-Sharaa, and came despite the president of Syria's warming ties with the U.S. and his administration's evolving security contacts with Israel. Describing Syria's new rulers, remember, Syria over Bashar al-Assad, I believe it is. Assad was overthrown in Syria late last year, I believe it was. Describing Syria's new rulers as barely disguised jihadists, Israel has said it will not let them move forces into southern Syria, while vowing to shield the area's Druze community from attack, encouraged by calls from Israel's own Druze minority. Scores of people have been killed this week, says Reuters, in violence in and around the predominantly Druze city of Sweida, pitting fighters from the Druze minority against government security forces and members of Bedouin tribes. Reuters reporters heard warplanes swoop low over the capital and unleash a series of massive strikes. Thick columns were seen rising from the city center defense ministry. Israel said it struck the entrance to the military headquarters, which you're looking at right there in Damascus, and a military target near the presidential palace. Israel said it would not allow a massacre of the Druze minority in Syria. The Syrian Health Ministry said the strikes in Damascus wounded 13 people. The Israeli military said that Syrian forces were not preventing attacks on Druze and were part of the problem. Defense Minister of Israel, Israel Katz, said the Israeli military will continue to operate vigorously in Suwayda to destroy the forces that attack the Druze until they withdraw completely. So yesterday, Israel began striking Syrian government forces in southern Syria that Israel says are attacking the Druze minority. President Sharaa is facing major challenges in Syria to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that fear Islamist rule. Mistrust exacerbated by mass killings of the Alawite minority in March. Hey, it's a guy with a Syrian flag there. Syria's government troops were dispatched to the Sweida region on Monday to quell fighting between Druze fighters and Bedouin armed men, but the Syrian government forces ended up clashing with the Druze militias themselves. Suwayda residents reached by phone said they were holed up indoors as fighting continued today. One resident of Suwayda, Syria said, "We are surrounded and we hear the fighters screaming, 'We are so scared.' The crack of gunfire interspersed by booms could be heard in the background. We're trying to keep the children quiet so no one can hear us," the man added, asking not to be identified for fear of reprisals. Druze are followers of a religion that is an offshoot of Islam, and the Druze are spread between Syria, Lebanon, and Israel. A Druze spiritual leader said yesterday his community was being subjected to a barbaric attack by Syrian government forces. The government says outlawed gangs are responsible for the violence. Look at, it's a guy with a Syrian flag. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian, what it called Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The Syrian Network for Human Rights reported that 169 people had been killed in this week's violence. Security sources put the toll at 300. Reuters could not independently verify the tolls. Now, something else that's going on today. Here's another report from Reuters. Following calls in Israel to help the Druze people in southern Syria, scores of Israeli Druze broke through the border fence on Wednesday, linking up with Druze on the Syrian side, a Reuters witness said. The Israeli military said it's working to safely return Israeli civilians who crossed the border. The U.S. Syria envoy Tom Barak condemned violence against civilians in Sweida. All parties must step back and engage in meaningful dialogue that leads to a lasting ceasefire, he said. President Sharad, the new president of Syria, has repeatedly promised to protect minorities. News outlet Sweida 24 said that Sweida and nearby villages were coming under heavy artillery and mortar fire early today. The Syrian Defense Ministry called on residents of the city of Suwayda to stay indoors. Yesterday, a Reuters reporter said they had seen government forces looting and burning homes in Suwayda and stealing cars and furniture. One man showed the reporter the body of his brother who had been shot in the head inside their home. Some people gathering there outside the defense headquarters there in Damascus. And it looks like some responders there in the red. YT Sprinkles says, hopefully it doesn't escalate. Middle East is so unpredictable. Agent Delta Zulu thinks Israel is going for the entire region and the rest of the world turn a blind eye. Will Syria retaliate? Says Ane Walunjkar. I have a hard time thinking that the Syrian military is going to directly attack Israel. I don't think the Syrian military wants to get into some sort of war with Israel. Their military is far inferior to Israel's. I'm going to check a couple of different sources here. Where did this go? Hang on a moment here. Where did I want to see if I have any updates for you. Just give me a moment. Oh, did Marco Rubio say something? I just saw that there's a quote from Marco Rubio. But I don't have it myself here. An Anadolu agency, which is a Turkish news outlet, I think it's a state news outlet, they say that Secretary of State Rubio of the U.S. says the U.S. is very concerned by Israeli strikes on Syria and says we want the fighting to stop. You actually, I think, can see maybe smoke coming out from on this shot. That might be, see that? Doesn't that look like smoke right in here? That might be where the defense ministry is. I'm not sure. Sky News Arabia is claiming, a couple of different outlets are claiming, including Sky News Arabia. Oop, we might have lost that shot for now. Sky News Arabia is claiming that a ceasefire agreement has been reached in Suwayda. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let me try to get you some more about that. That is a live shot right there. That's via Reuters. The other one was AFP. So again, there's some claims floating around that maybe a ceasefire has been reached between, I mean, it would involve at least the government forces and the Druze minority. Let me get this from Syrian Arab News Agency. I'm not seeing that. I'm on their website here. By the way, Sana'a, which is Syrian, I believe Sana'a is Syrian state media. Yeah, Syrian state media, Sana'a, says that Syrian airspace has been temporarily closed in southern Syria. Oh, so it's 5:50 p.m. right now. The Syrian Civil Aviation Authority announced today the temporary closure of the southern corridor in Syrian airspace between 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Damascus time. Well, it's 5:50 p.m. right now. Okay, the Syrian state media says, a source in the Ministry of the Interior told Syrian state media a ceasefire agreement had been reached in Suwayda. Security checkpoints have been deployed in the city, and it will be fully integrated into the Syrian state. Okay, so this is right now from, this was about a half an hour ago, I believe they posted this. This is from the Syrian state media. They say a source in the Ministry of the Interior. A ceasefire agreement has been reached in Sweida. Security checkpoints have been deployed in the city. Oh, I have this back. And it will be fully integrated into the Syrian state. Now, I don't know if that is true. Is there a ceasefire agreement? We'll have to see. I want to post that. So again, a couple days ago, Syria moved government forces into southern Syria, which is close to Israel, to break to calm fighting. Oh, people are running. Why are people running away? Look at the people running. Why are people running? Is there another airstrike coming? Look at the people all running, guys. Or are they being chased away? Why did the people run away? Did you guys see that? Now, maybe they were told, I don't know what happened. Just to make this clear, that is Israel's claim. Yeah, we just saw a bunch of people run away from the front of the Defense Ministry building. So I don't know if they think there's more airstrikes coming or what. Look at the truck go by with all the people on it. I heard him say Sweida. So again, a couple days ago, Syria moved government forces into Suwayda region in southern Syria to break up fighting between the Druze minority and Bedouin forces. But the Syrian government forces ended up fighting with the Druze minority. There are also Druze in Israel. Israel has started launching strikes on Syrian forces in southern Syria, saying they were protecting the Druze. Also, Syria does not want Syrian government forces in southern Syria near Israel. And then today, Israel has ramped up its attacks, attacking targets in Damascus, like the military headquarters you're seeing in front of you, and a target right near the presidential palace. Now, Syrian state media is claiming there is a ceasefire in Suwayda. I assume that means between government forces and the Druze minority, but that has not been confirmed. Hey guys, CBS, a different story here I just want to give you a heads up about. CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs is reporting that Trump asked a group of lawmakers if he should fire Jerome Powell, and people in the room voiced approval. Several said Trump indicated he will do it. But we don't know if that's going to happen. That's obviously would be huge news if it did happen. So we'll keep you posted. We'll keep you posted on that as well. Some of our viewers are saying he can't. It very well could end up, if he tried to do it, it might end up in the courts. It's not clear he can legally do it. But he could attempt to do it. But I don't want to get distracted on. I don't want to get. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to digress too much into that right now. Let me give you some updates on this. Recep Soylu, who is a reporter I follow from Turkey with Middle East Eye, he reports that, so remember I told you that Syrian state media was claiming there's a ceasefire, presumably between the Druze minority and the Syrian government. So Recep Soylu, who is a Turkish reporter, he's saying that he is hearing that according to a Druze leader, the ceasefire says the Suwayda will be fully reintegrated with the Syrian state. A committee will investigate past violations and offer compensation. Army units will withdraw. Local police and checkpoints will be reactivated. So is there a ceasefire? Is the Syrian army going to withdraw from southern Syria, where it has been fighting with the Druze minority the last couple days? That's a big question. I would think if that happens, that might satisfy Israel for the moment. But we don't know if that's definitely happening. Also, it's one thing to say it's going to happen, another thing for it to actually happen. You may hear a little noise in the background during the broadcast from some stuff going on outside the studio. Sorry about that. Just for today, it shouldn't be that bad. So we'll just continue, just so you know. I'm going to give you some more background about this. Give me one moment here. Hang on one second here. So here is I want to give you a little background from AFP. AFP has an article that says Syrian Druze say government mission of peace devolved into rampage. Okay? The mainly Druze residents. Druze is a religious minority they're in Lebanon, Syria, and Israel, the Druze. I think there's about, what is it, 1 million Druze total? Around 1 million Druze total. I think about half of them are in Syria, if I have that right. About 600,000 in Syria. Now that was I think about, for what I read, about maybe not even that big, about 500,000 in Syria, I think. The AFP says the mainly Druze residents of the Syrian city of Sweida had hoped that the arrival of government forces yesterday, would spell an end to deadly sectarian clashes with local Bedouin tribes. Instead, according to Druze residents, there were executions, looting, and arson as government troops and their allies rampaged through Druze neighborhoods, prompting thousands from the religious minority to flee. A local news editor in Suwayda said government forces entered the city on the pretext of restoring order, but unfortunately they indulged in savage practices. This news editor of Suwayda 24 said there have been cases of civilians being killed, dozens of them, but we don't have precise figures, blaming government fighters and their allies. An AFP correspondent who entered Suwayda shortly after government forces reported dead bodies. An AFP correspondent who entered the city of Suwayda shortly after government forces reported dead bodies left lying on deserted streets as sporadic gunfire rang out. AFP says it is a scenario that has played out multiple times since the overthrow of longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad by Islamist rebels in December. In each case, former rebels recruited into the new Syrian army were joined by fighters without any clear uniform, and violence against civilians ensued. The worst type of episode was in March, when more than 1,700 civilians were killed along Syria's Mediterranean coast, most of them members of the ousted president's Alawite community, in attacks carried out by government forces and their allies. On yesterday, government forces entered Suwayda with the stated aim of ending the sectarian violence that has claimed more than 100 lives earlier this week, but the observatory, I think it's the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, Druze leaders and witnesses said the government forces entered the city, accompanied by Bedouin fighters, and joined with them in attacking the Druze. So, in response to this, Israel started attacking Syrian forces, saying it was protecting the Druze. And it also doesn't want those Syrian government forces in southern Syria near Israel. And today, Israel started launching strikes on Damascus. Our viewer Prophet's Blade says, God bless Israel for protecting the Druze minority from these vile Islamists. Mary Dean says, this isn't good for anyone. Blake Freeman says, imagine that Israel is attacking somebody. Denim Donuts says, why can't everyone just leave everyone alone? By the way, thanks to our member Ruben Labarga, Eliza Jane, Cefi 91, Cefi 91T, Robert 633. See if we have any more updates on that supposed ceasefire. The camera's panning over. Look at the smoke coming out of the military headquarters building there that was attacked earlier today by Israel. A lot of smoke coming out from there. Look at that. Thank you, Just Me, Leia. Turkey released a statement, the government of Turkey released a statement, Turkish Foreign Ministry, that said Israel's attacks on Damascus following the Syrian government's military interventions in the south of Syria. Israel's attacks on Turkey said Israel's attacks on Damascus following Israel's military interventions in the south of Syria constitute an act of sabotage against Syria's efforts to secure peace, stability, and security. They said all stakeholders committed to seizing this opportunity must contribute to the Syrian administration's efforts to establish calm. That's the Syrian, it's the defense headquarters in Syria. Oh, I'm seeing another report here. You know, yesterday, Axios had reported yesterday. Axios was claiming that the Trump administration had asked Israel to stop its strikes on Syrian military forces in southern Syria. Well, I don't know if that's true, but they certainly haven't stopped. They attacked Damascus today. Look at all the smoke coming out of the defense headquarters. Daniel says, my neighbor is from Syria and he is very happy with the new government. I am still on the fence about it. So I'm not aware that there were any new strikes. We didn't see any, but that looks like new smoke. I don't remember seeing it smoking that much before. And during our broadcast, I'm saying. I'm just saying during our broadcast. This is AFP video. Rita says could be a secondary fire from the initial strike. I hear Cricket says that's definitely new smoke. This is in Damascus. I believe it's, well, I don't know if it's called the Defense Ministry. It's a defense headquarters building. But Israel said what they attacked. Israel said it was the, hold on. Yeah, this is the military headquarters in Damascus. Let me give you an update from the Washington Post. The Washington Post says Israel strikes Syria's defense ministry, creating conflict with Damascus. I'm actually going to put that. that headline there. So you can see that it's the defense ministry. And I'll also put Damascus. Give me 1 second here. Oops. Look at all the smoke coming out of there. The Washington Post reports Israel strikes Syria's defense ministry, escalating conflict with Damascus. Syrian troops are trying to intervene in sectarian violence in the south between the Druze minority and Bedouins, but the Druze say that the Syrian troops have attacked the Druze. So look at the defense ministry now. That smoke is really picking up there. That's definitely more than it was before. The Post says Israel carried out a series of airstrikes today on Syria's defense ministry in Damascus, causing injuries in an escalating conflict with the new Syrian government. A first strike early Wednesday afternoon did not appear to cause large-scale damage. None was visible from the street near the ministry. Maybe that was a roof knock strike, where it's like a warning strike. At around 3 p.m., so about 3 hours ago, 2 larger strikes hit an area in front of the ministry, while bystanders and journalists were in the vicinity, including a Washington Post photographer. Wow. Afterward, cars carried wounded people away from the area. So this building was struck a couple times intensely about 3 hours ago. The Israeli attacks in Damascus coincided with efforts by Syrian troops to intervene in a bout of sectarian violence that has raged for days in southern Syria, close to Israel. The sectarian violence began with clashes between members of the Druze religious minority and Bedouins around the city of Sweida. But this is me speaking here. Then, according to multiple reports, Syrian government forces attacked the Druze minority. The Washington Post says Druze leaders have long bristled at the presence of Syrian government forces in Suwayda. They have expressed fears of Syria's new Islamist rulers while maintaining their own militias. Israel has become a party to this civil conflict repeatedly in the last couple days, bombing Syrian government troops in what Israeli officials have framed as an effort to protect Druze citizens. Israel has also demanded that Syria demilitarize swaths of the country south of Damascus in regions abutting Israel's border. Look at all that smoke. So this is basically Israel attacking the Syrian government in Damascus to put pressure on them. Is that a fire truck? Look at this. We see a fire truck. To put pressure on them to pull out of southern Syria and stop attacking Druze. I'm seeing a fire truck there. Look, there's a fire truck coming in. One fire truck. Well, I'm sure that maybe there's a bunch on the other side. I'm not sure. But there's another one coming in right there. The Washington Post says a short Israeli statement today said the military struck the entrance of the Syrian regime's military headquarters. It added Israel would continue to monitor developments and the regime's actions against Druze civilians in southern Syria. Syrian news outlets also reported that Israel carried out at least 2 airstrikes today in Suwayda. Hey, thanks, by the way, to John Do1OC and Annabelle's, our member. Annabelle says, I hate this timeline we live in. Thank you, Pickled Witch, who says, what a sad state the world is in. We will never have peace while war is profitable. Thank you, Sparky Jean. Thank you, Elvado1. Eric1973, thank you. Got your message, Eric. Thank you. Eric 1973. Dan and Maggie 9865. Thank you. B-Rad for real. Just me, Leia B. Did I thank Ruben Labarga yet? I hope so. And Eliza Jane. And also thanks to Elvado1, who is concerned that geopolitically Syria would move towards Iran even though Iran backed Assad. Elvado says this isn't good because we all want Syria neutral, not Iran's ally, especially if things go hot with Iran again. That's from Elvado1. Thanks also on Twitch to Rodders2 for subscribing, Seismic71 for subscribing, Santa Myman for subscribing, Cindy Gale Fresh for subscribing, also Red Eye Shell, and C50 Pack, and Ash P10. Thank you. Sorry for the delayed thank yous for Twitch. Is there going to be a ceasefire today in southern Syria? That I do not know. Hold on a second. Give me one moment here. Chris says Israel blowing everything up. Hey, I have an update for you guys. Hey guys, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. I'm seeing something else happening. Oh, first of all, Nick Schifrin reports of NewsHour reports there's a new statement from Secretary of State Rubio, who says, we are very worried about the violence in southern Syria. It is a direct threat to efforts to help build a peaceful and stable Syria. We have been and remain in repeated and constant talks with the governments of Syria and Israel on this matter. Hang on. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report that claims that there is no ceasefire. So it's unclear if there's a ceasefire agreement. Keeping an eye on the Jerome Powell news, too. Again, CBS News is reporting that President Trump asked a group of lawmakers if he should fire Jerome Powell, and people in the room voiced approval, and several said Trump indicated he will do it. That's according to Jennifer Jacobs. So that's also something to keep an eye on. The Druze spiritual leadership is denying a ceasefire, according to Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English. Hold on a moment now. AP is reporting on a ceasefire. AP is now reporting on a possible ceasefire. So let me see if I can give you an update on this. It's unclear if there is a ceasefire between the Druze and Syrian government forces. You can see this right here. Syrian government and leaders of the Druze minority announce new ceasefire. Now, we don't know if this is true. AP reports Syrian government officials and leaders in the Druze religious minority announced Wednesday a renewed ceasefire after days of clashes that have threatened to unravel the country's post-war political transition and have drawn intervention by Syria's powerful neighbor Israel. It was not immediately clear if the new agreement, which was announced by Syrian state media and in a video message by a Druze religious leader, would hold. A previous ceasefire announced the day before quickly fell apart. So that's something to keep in mind. The announcement came after Israel launched a series of rare airstrikes in the heart of Damascus, including, by the way, on the defense ministry, which you're seeing in front of you, part of a campaign that Israel says is intended to defend the Druze religious minority, who also form a substantial community in Israel, and to push Islamic militants in the government away from its border. The escalating violence has appeared to be the most serious threat yet to the ability of Syria's new rulers to consolidate control of the country after a rebel offensive led by Islamist insurgent groups ousted longtime despotic leader Bashar Assad in December. As clashes have raged for days in the southern city of Sweida between government forces and Druze armed groups, Israel has launched dozens of strikes targeting government troops and convoys, and today struck the Syrian Defense Ministry headquarters in the heart of Damascus. Another Israeli strike today hit near the presidential palace in the hills outside of Damascus. An Israeli military official told AP that Israel was preparing for a multitude of scenarios, and that an Israeli brigade, normally comprising thousands of soldiers, was being pulled out of Gaza and sent to the Golan Heights, which is on the border with Syria. Syria's defense ministry had earlier blamed militias in the Druze majority area of Sweida for violating a ceasefire agreement that had been reached yesterday, causing Syrian army soldiers to return fire. Syria's defense ministry claimed it was adhering to the rules of engagement to protect residents, prevent harm, and ensure the safe return of those who left the city back to their homes. Meanwhile, reports of attacks on Druze civilians continue to surface. The primarily Sunni Muslim leaders in Syria have faced suspicion from religious and ethnic minorities, whose fears increased. Oops, hold on. Stand by. Let's put this up here. I want to mention this again from AP. This is, I think, good perspective here. AP says that the primarily Sunni Muslim leaders, new leaders of Syria, have faced suspicion from religious and ethnic minorities in Syria, whose fears increased after clashes between government forces and pro-Assad armed groups in March spiraled into sectarian revenge attacks. Hundreds of civilians from the Alawite religious minority to which Assad belongs were killed. One moment. Will we see more attacks today from Israel in Damascus? I do not know. Thanks to, let me just do something real quick here. Hold on, I gotta refresh something here. Thanks to Michael Floyd, our new member, Jeff 6360, Jeff 6360, Dan and Maggie, Time 1, as we see smoke still coming out of the Syrian defense ministry. AP also reports Druze fear for the lives of their relatives in Suwayda. The latest escalation in Syria, says AP, began with tit-for-tat kidnappings and attacks between local Sunni Bedouin tribes and Druze armed factions in the southern province. Government forces then entered to restore order, and then, after they entered, they clashed with the Druze. Videos surfaced on social media of government-affiliated fighters forcibly shaving the mustaches of Druze sheikhs and stepping on Druze flags and pictures of religious clerics. Other videos have showed Druze fighters beating captured government forces and posing by their dead bodies. AP reporters in the area saw burned and looted houses. The president of Syria, al-Shara, issued a statement today condemning the violations. These criminal and illegal actions cannot be accepted under any circumstances. I think he's talking about not Israel, but southern Syria. He said these criminal and illegal actions cannot be accepted under any circumstances and completely contradicts the principles that the Syrian state is built on. And he vowed that the perpetrators, whether from individuals or organizations outside of the law, will be held accountable legally, and we will never allow this to happen without punishment. In Israel, Druze are seen as a loyal minority. Again, there are some Druze in Israel as well as in Syria and Lebanon. In Israel, the Druze are seen as a loyal minority and often serve in the Israeli military. In Syria, the Druze have been divided over how to deal with the country's new leaders, with some advocating for integrating into the new system, while others remain suspicious and pushed for an autonomous Druze region. On Wednesday, the Israeli defense minister said the Israeli army will continue to attack regime forces until they withdraw from the area and will soon raise the bar of responses against the regime if the message is not understood. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel said last night, Israel has a commitment to preserve the southwestern region of Syria as a demilitarized area on Israel's border and has an obligation to safeguard the Druze locals. Israel has taken an aggressive stance towards Syria's new leaders since Assad's fall, saying it doesn't want Islamist militants near its borders. Hang on a moment here. Hot mess says, what a mess this whole situation is. I was just reading you that AP update. I'm going to show you on a map where the city of Suwayda is. Here. So there is Israel and there is Syria. Damascus is here, by the way. Suwayda is down here. So you have Israel here. There's the Israel-Syrian border. There's Damascus, and Suwayda is here. It's part of the Sweida region. So the fighting between Syrian government forces and Druze minorities has been going on in Suwayda. Little less smoke now. Maybe on the other side of this, the fire engines are attacking the fire. Oh, the thing about, thanks for mentioning the Bloomberg story. I appreciate that from our viewer. I was wondering about where that was coming from. Yes, Bloomberg headline, Trump likely to fire Powell soon, White House official says. So we need to keep an eye on that story. Hang on a moment here. That's obviously a huge story if it were to happen. Josh Wingrove with Bloomberg reports President Trump is likely to move to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, a White House official tells me. Ooh, the camera's moving down here. This camera was just moving. You know. All right, so we got to keep an eye on that. Thank you, Maddie Ice, for your support, who says, I wake up and Israel is bombing another country. Not surprised here. Just another day in the Middle East. Rob Shadows says, President doesn't have the authority to fire the Fed chairman. It could end up in the courts. Now, something to keep in mind. Give me one moment here. So there's been talk that Trump could try to fire Powell for cause, to come up with a different reason to fire him. Perhaps accusing him of mismanaging a project, a renovation project. Hey guys, I need to take about 1 minute here. I'm coming right back. So give me about 1 minute. Guys, give me 1 minute, okay? I am coming back. Just give me a minute. We're going to bring you the latest updates here. We'll talk about Jerome Powell thing too as well, and bring you the latest updates on what's going on here in Syria. Give me 1 minute. All right, I am back. Hang on one moment here. We got two stories going on, basically. Okay. I have to fix the fan. Give me about 10 more seconds. Sorry, I was muted. I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted. Okay, so what I wanted to mention is we're covering this story in Syria, and we're going to continue covering this. But we're also keeping an eye on a second story, which is that there's reporting that President Trump could fire the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, which would be an enormous story if that happened. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. And some of you had said, well, wouldn't it be illegal for President Trump to fire Powell? But what I was mentioning is there's talk that he might come up with some reason to fire him in an attempt to make it legal. So you can see here, AP says how Trump could use a building renovation to oust Fed Chair Powell. AP says President Trump's, this is a story from today, President Trump says he has finally found a way to achieve his goal of removing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, accusing him of mismanaging the U.S. Central Bank's $2.5 billion renovation project. Trump indicated yesterday that Powell's handling of an extensive renovation project on two Fed buildings in Washington could be grounds to take the unprecedented and possibly legally dubious step of firing him. He said, I think it sort of is. So, something to keep an eye on. President Trump has been complaining about Powell not lowering interest rates for months. The Federal Reserve is supposed to be independent, traditionally is independent of the presidency. Anyways, I don't want to get all into that right this second. We might do a stream on it later. Hey guys, Shelby Talcott of Semaphore also is reporting a senior White House official confirms that President Trump asked lawmakers how they felt about firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell. lawmakers indicated they'd approve of firing him, and the president indicated he likely will fire Powell soon. No specifics on what soon means timeline-wise, says Shelby Talcott of Semaphore. Oh, Jake Sherman reports that Trump showed House Republicans a draft letter firing Powell yesterday. By the way, thanks to Sydney91 for your support and Harper Ann for your support. Thanks, Harper Ann. So, I know it's a different story, but we are definitely keeping an eye on this Jerome Powell story. That would be a different stream if that happens. Sorry, I know we've been there's been a bit of a digression in the stream because I wanted to bring you the breaking updates about the Jerome Powell situation. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. CNBC is also reporting that President Trump told a room full of Republican lawmakers he will fire Jerome Powell. Our viewer Avia wrote in, and Avia says the Druze in Israel are an extremely loyal and integrated people. They serve in the army, work, and do everything as equal citizens in Israel. Avia, our viewer, believes that Israel legitimately wants to protect the Druze in Syria. Avia believes that the Druze have done nothing wrong in Syria and it is straight up an attempt of religious and ethnic cleansing by the government. So Israel says it is protecting Druze in southern Syria from the government. But also Israel has also said it does not want the Syrian military in southern Syria near the Israeli border. So those are the two reasons it would have for wanting those government forces to withdraw from that Druze area in southern Syria. Give me 1 second here. There are roughly 1 million Druze in the world. About half of them are in Syria. About 500,000 in Syria, 300,000 to 400,000 in Lebanon, and around 100,000-ish in Israel. Oh, I guess there's some in Jordan too. 10,000 to 20,000 in Jordan. apparently. Then, also, there's some in different countries. According to Wikipedia, there are less than 100,000 in Venezuela, United States, Canada, Germany, and Australia. About 50,000 in the United States, says Wikipedia. But again, the biggest amount of them are in Syria with about 500,000. Thank you, Rod Rymix, who thinks if Trump fires Powell, Zimbabwe hyperinflation, here we come. All right, let me check for updates on the situation in Syria. So again, a couple days ago, there was fighting in southern Syria between the Druze religious minority and Bedouin forces. The Syrian government, the Syrian Sunni Muslim government forces went in there. They said to stop the sectarian fighting. But according to multiple reports, the Syrian government forces ended up fighting with the Druze religious minority. Israel did not like that, and Israel also did not like these Syrian government forces moving into this part of southern Israel, closer to Israel. So Israel started attacking yesterday the Syrian government forces in the area where they were clashing with the Druze, and today Israel launched strikes on Syrian government targets in Damascus, the capital, including the Defense Ministry building, which you see right there. And Israel says it's going to keep attacking Syria and ramping things up until Syria withdraws its forces from southern Syria. I hope I didn't say southern Israel. I meant southern Syria. Syrian forces are not in Israel. Israel says it's going to ramp up its strikes on the Syrian government forces and Syrian government if Syria doesn't stop attacking the Druze forces and Syria doesn't withdraw its forces from southern Syria. Oh, Trump is speaking? Hold on a second. I might have this. Is Trump speaking? Trump is speaking. Hold on. I think I can get it for you. I didn't even know he was speaking. I gotta pull it up here on the screen. I can replay it for you too. Hang on, I'm putting it on the screen for you.
I'm very happy with Scott, which I'd rather keep him. Kevin's somebody would consider. Kevin is fantastic, too. We have a lot of good people for that job. It's
President
not a tough
Trump's
job, to be honest.
He's talking about it right now.
Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's a tough job. But it might be one of the easiest jobs I've ever seen. And now on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion little nest egg for himself. He's not doing the right job. We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest. You know, when he talks about cost, we should be saving. Think of it, $1 trillion a year. Add that with the tariffs and everything else. But he just doesn't want. He's a knucklehead. But
he's talking about Powell right now.
We'll see how he's listening to this. That's a strange conversation. But We like to say it like it is. But we have a lot of people that want that job very badly. And I'm only interested in low-interest people, frankly, because you don't need. I know. So they had the 71 different economists and people experts that they picked about a month ago. I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance. The two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of. But it's very autonomous.
Just to follow up on that, sir, are you completely ruling out the idea of firing Jerome Powell?
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going on. So there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
Is this a
No, I haven't drafted a letter.
So you didn't show a letter to Republican lawmakers last night?
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are.
Mr. President?
No, we didn't. We talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday for a very big bill having to do with crypto, et cetera, and other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, I asked, well,
One moment, I'll get that back for you. Hang on. Getting it back for you right now. I'll rewind to that part.
Built largest national
Right,
gas
yeah.
power
No,
plant ever. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents you would not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania
That's right.
closed down. You delivered for them yesterday. What message do you have for those?
Well,
I'll
I'm happy.
rewind
Homer
that part
City,
in a second.
I was there, and I said, I'm going to produce something, I don't know what, because they had shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday, a very substantial man. I don't know if he's maybe not as substantial as you, I'm not sure. But he's pretty substantial. You know who I'm talking about. And they're going to spend billions of dollars on rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world. And it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City. But it's to Pennsylvania, basically. I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania. So I owe them a big debt of gratitude. But thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92. It's actually going over 100. So it'll be over $100 billion to be invested in Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania Energy Project. Everybody was there. Larry Fink was there. I mean, everybody was there and done a great job. The senator did a great job. And we were very proud. That was a great meeting yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, for each of you, so for the Crown Prince, are you planning on taking any of the Patriot missiles that you're going to receive from the United States and divert those to help Ukraine?
We have no current plans, as we have an operational requirement inside Bahrain to keep them there for the present time. At least.
He's got plenty of them, too.
And Mr. President, on the fentanyl bill,
They are.
They're wonderful. They're wonderful pieces of kit.
They work very well.
American technology is the best.
Yep.
and on the fentanyl bill that you're
That's
signing.
maybe the most important part of this. He has his choice of everything, and we make the best military equipment by far in the
Bar
world.
none.
There's nothing close,
Absolutely.
right?
Bar none.
Yeah. Thank you.
And on the fentanyl bill that you're signing today, do you hope that that's going to restart law enforcement cooperation with China on getting the fentanyl?
Yeah, I think China's been helping out. I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl, but since I came here, we're talking to them, and they're making big steps. They're also, as you know, being penalized. You know that, right? They're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl, but they want to do something. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. An American from Tampa was beaten to death, was killed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. His family has been calling on you to help prosecute his killers. Are you going to do that, an American from Tampa?
Yeah, your first sentence is really. Go ahead.
An American citizen from Tampa, Florida, has been killed in the West Bank. His family has been asking you to prosecute him. Are you going to help?
You know about
Yeah,
this?
well, so first of all, have you seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday Ambassador Huckabee in Israel asked the Israeli authorities to produce an investigation and concrete information about who was responsible for his murder.
They're reporting that tomorrow. We have a meeting on it. They're going to be reporting that to me. Yeah.
Do you think that the Gulf area now is more secure, and do you believe that a negotiation with Iran is necessary at this stage?
Well, I definitely believe that the volatility of the situation has been reduced. And we didn't know where it was going to go on the Sunday. We were very glad when we found out on the Monday. Let me put it that way. And should the Iranians want to negotiate, I believe the ball's in their court. That is the true reality of where we stand today. They are the ones that stand to benefit from a negotiation.
And they do. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. We're in no rush because, we said we could have made a deal. They should have made a deal. And then we bombed the hell out of their various places. We're in no rush, but if they want to negotiate, we're here. Yeah.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein file, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney
It's a big hoax.
told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier. That turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. It's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman. Yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, there's lots of reports coming into this meeting that you plan on firing Fed Chair Jay Powell.
Is that right? Those are reports, but they're not true.
So what would be useful to know, are you committed to picking someone from the outside, or are you going to interview?
I have so many people that want that job. I have people that I've known a long time. They're calling me, begging for the job. You know what you need there? A smart person with common sense, but you need a very smart person for that job. I think it's one of the easiest jobs in government. You show up once a month and you make a statement about where the economy's going, and we're going to raise or lower interest rates. It's probably the easiest job I've ever seen. That's why I'm trying to figure, why does he want to expand and add more people? He's going to add more economists to tell him what to do. But the economists, I was right. All the economists were wrong. They admitted it. They admitted it this morning. Quiet. Go ahead.
Jerome Powell, you mentioned fraud in an earlier answer. Are you saying you want to investigate the Fed chair for fraud related to this renovation?
Well, I think he's already under investigation. He spent far more money than he was supposed to on rebuilding. I didn't see him as being the kind of guy that would want to have parks, rooftop parks, and everything else on top of buildings. But who wants to spend that money for the Fed? The Fed is supposed to sit there and say where interest rates are going, and a couple of other very easy things to do. And he spent $2.5 billion. I think he's got some problems.
Mr. President, thank you, sir. You also reported a monthly surplus in the month.
That's right, $25 billion.
A ton of money with these new tariff rates coming into effect on August 1st. We're bringing in even more tariff revenue, specifically. How much revenue do you think we can consistently bring in from these tariffs? And how big of a game changer is this, not only for the economy, but also for fiscal responsibility?
Well, we're going to be bringing in, already we've brought in over $100 billion. We'll be bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars. And the tariffs really haven't kicked in that much other than automobiles and steel. August 1st is a big day. August 1st is when very substantial money comes into our country. We've made deals with a lot of great places, but we had one yesterday, that was announced. We have another one coming up, maybe with India. I don't know. We're in negotiation. When I send out a letter, that's a deal. In other words, that's a deal. They don't want to ever say that. Oh, how many deals have you made? The best deal we can make is to send out a letter. And the letter says that you'll pay 30%, 35%, 25%, 20%, in one case 50%, Brazil, and because what they're doing to their former president is disgraceful. I know the former president. He fought like hell for the people of Brazil, that I can tell you. And I believe he's an honest man. I think what they're doing to him is terrible. So, we have some pretty good deals to announce, but every time we send out a letter, that's a deal. The big one really is going to be on the 150 countries that we're really not negotiating with, and they're smaller. We don't do much business with them. Because you have a lot of countries. You have over 200 countries, and a lot of people don't know this, but we'll have well over 150 countries that we're just going to send a notice of payment out, and the notice of payment is going to say what the tariff, and it's all going to be the same for everyone, for that group. They don't, they're not big countries, and they don't do that much business. It's not like the ones that we've agreed with, like China, like Japan, where we're negotiating with them, but I think probably we'll live by the letter with Japan. We're very close to a deal with India where they open it up. Indonesia yesterday was, it wasn't an open country, now it is. And they have tremendous copper, quality copper, and probably the most copper. And we made a deal with Indonesia. We pay no tariff, zero, and we have total access to a phenomenal deal for our companies. And we've agreed with them, as you know, on 19%. They pay 19%. And it's a good deal for them, and it's a good deal for us in that case. But we have a number of them coming up. But overall, we're doing well, and we're taking a lot of money, a lot of money. We have the number one, we have the most oil of any country in the world, even more than them, which is hard to believe. But we have a little larger piece of land, right?
We do, sir.
But we're number one in the world in oil, and we're drilling, and today it hit $64 a barrel, which is great, and that'll help stop wars, actually. If you want to know the truth, it's going to help stop. And we hope to get it down a little bit more. But we have oil down to $2, $2.25, $2.50 in numerous states. We hit one at $1.98 a gallon. And that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons that inflation's in check. When you can do that, you stop the inflation. What Biden did is he ended our policies, went to his policies. He didn't have a policy. Some lunatic around the desk had a policy. Whoever operated the auto pen had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein. The scandal you should be talking about is the auto pen, because I think it's the biggest scandal, one of them in American history. So the economy is doing really well, and people are saying it. Yeah. Please. Go ahead.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to rest?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook, and no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans. In this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
Go ahead.
President, first of all, your other high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But I think she's doing a great job, personally. Go ahead.
In your session this morning, you mentioned past supporters when you were talking about the airstrike issue. Does that mean that you're effectively disowning any supporters?
No, but I lost a lot of faith in certain people. Yeah, I lost because they got duped by the Democrats. The Democrats are good for nothing. They've done a terrible job. They almost destroyed our country. If I didn't get elected, all these numbers you're hearing about, they found $25 billion and another 25 is coming in, and hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country. And we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America. Car factories, AI factories. But you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before. And, you know, these are the things that they should be talking about. The big, beautiful bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country, and the Democrats have nothing to combat it. So they say, oh, it's death. Oh, that's good. And then they give it to the fake news, which is you and a few others. And the fake news talks about the bill is death. The bill is actually life. The bill is life, and it saves our country. This bill is incredible. Look at the results already. So we have $16 trillion being invested in our country. And this great gentleman and his family just came in with another billions of dollars. And if he didn't like the country, if he didn't like where we were going, he's very smart. He'd come, maybe he wouldn't even come. I think maybe he wouldn't even come. You'd save your time. But, you know, it's one of those things. But if he didn't like where this country was, he wouldn't be investing billions of dollars in this country. But think of it, $16 trillion, more than has ever been even contemplated before. And we haven't even started yet. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the success. And the Democrats have nothing to show for what they do. They almost destroyed. They allowed 25 million people to come into our country, gang members, jailbirds, from all over the world, not South America, from all over the world. They allowed them to come into our country from mental institutions, insane asylums, just walk right through. They couldn't come into your country. They couldn't come into any country in the world except our country. And they came in from the worst places, gang members, drug dealers. They all came in. Turn it off, please. They all came in, and I'm doing something about it. We have it under check right now. We got rid of a lot of the murderers already. Some of them we put in our prisons because they're so bad we don't want to take a chance in putting them in a foreign prison and have them come back. But we've done a great job. Our country's in great shape. We literally have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it's true what the king said, what a lot of people said. We were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We had Afghanistan with that horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Look what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened. Look what happened with Israel. That would have never happened. Hamas had no money. Iran had no money. There was no money to do an attack like that. All these things that happened that wouldn't have happened if you had good leadership. And that's what you should be talking about. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was President Trump. I was just showing you that. I didn't catch the beginning of what he said. So when he took questions, so I don't even know if he talked about what is going on in Syria. I did want to maybe just check on, he said that it was unlikely he would fire Powell unless it was for fraud. So there have been multiple reports that President Trump has told some Republican lawmakers that he's going to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. So give me one moment here. Let me just really quick do something here. I would like to just show you the start of that Q&A again, if I can. And we're going to talk about Syria, obviously, but we missed right at the start of the questions. So I wanted to just show you that.
It's not a tough job, to be honest. They cut him for a ally. That was more than obliterated.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
we invested
different groups in the south west of Syria. Bedouin.
Oh, here. Okay. So look, this is Marco Rubio talking about Syria. So hang on a moment. Let's watch this. That's the Prime Minister of Bahrain and President Trump. But Marco Rubio started talking about Syria.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any questions? Well, I can comment. I think.
So he's asked to comment on the developments in Syria. To repeat, if you're just joining us, so Israel today has carried out strikes in Damascus, the capital of Syria. During the last couple days, Syrian government forces moved into southern Syria. They said they were going to try to break up clashes between the Druze religious minority and Bedouin fighters. But what has happened is that, there's smoke coming out. Look, is that new smoke there? Is that new smoke in Damascus? Hold on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Looks like maybe some new smoke in Damascus. Just as I was talking. All right, hang on a moment. Let me get this off the screen. We'll go back to that. No, I don't want that off the screen. I know what I want off the screen. This off the screen. Okay, hold on, everyone. Hang on here. Hang on here. Maybe some new smoke. Maybe. I gotta check. So, I don't know if that's coming from the Defense Ministry, which was hit hours ago. We've seen some smoke at the Defense Ministry too. I don't have a live shot of the Defense Ministry right at the moment. All right, so as we look at some smoke in Damascus, that's a live shot right there. Let me just see if there's any other reports of recent strikes in Damascus. On the left is the Israel-Syria border, where I believe you're seeing a bunch of Druze and or Druze supporters. Now, hang on a moment here. Amichai Stein of the Jerusalem Post is saying that an Israel official tells the Jerusalem Post that the Syrian government will soon withdraw its forces from the Druze areas. So, just to summarize what's going on, I know it's a bit confusing. A couple days ago, the Syrian government, which is a new government since Assad got overthrown last December, the Syrian government, which is a Sunni Muslim government, they moved forces into southern Syria, specifically the Suwayda region, because there was fighting going on between the Druze religious minority and Bedouin forces. But when the Syrian government forces got there, reportedly what happened is they started fighting with the Druze religious minority. Now, Israel has a significant Druze population in Israel. And Israel started striking. Yesterday, Israel started attacking, I believe it was yesterday, Syrian government forces that were attacking the Druze, saying they wanted to protect the Druze minority. Also, Israel does not want Syrian government to move troops into southern Israel, into southern Syria, closer to the Israeli border. Today, Israel launched strikes on Damascus, so they ramped it up, including attacking the Syrian Defense Ministry and a military target right near the presidential palace. You're looking at a live shot of Damascus right now. So Israel is saying they're going to increase the intensity of their strikes unless Syria withdraws their forces from the south. And Israel says it wants to protect the Druze religious minority in the south, but it also wants Syria to get its forces away from the southern part of Syria, closer to the Israeli border. So that's what's going on. There's reporting, for example, from Syrian state media claiming that there's a ceasefire deal between the Syrian government and the Druze. But it's not clear if that's true, and even if it is true, it's not clear that such a ceasefire will hold. And then what you're seeing here is that right there is in Israel, but it's the Israel-Syria border. And I see a bunch of people holding Druze flags. I don't know if all those people are Druze. There have been reports of people, Druze people in Israel, crossing the border, basically breaking into Syria, I assume to help their Druze counterparts over in Syria. Right now, I believe that is Druze and Druze supporters in Israel on the border with Syria, but they're not crossing the border. Now, I was just going to show you what Secretary of State Rubio said moments ago about Syria. This was asked about it. This was asked about during the Trump appearance moments ago. So I wanted to pull that up for you and show you that. We were just going to show it to you. Hang on a moment here. Let me put it on the screen for you. One moment. Oh, I have to do this. Okay, this was moments ago. Trump was asked about Syria. So let's hear what he has to say.
I'll ask Marco to... Any questions?
Syria. Any developments in Syria at the moment?
Well, I can comment. I think I'll ask Marco to say a few words on Syria.
Yeah, it's complicated, obviously. These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the south, west of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last couple hours.
Mr. President Jerome Powell.
All right, so you heard that Secretary of State Rubio said in the next few hours they're hoping to see de-escalation in Syria. He said there was a misunderstanding. I'm going to play his answer again there.
Engagement with Bedouins, the Druze.
Words on Syria.
Any developments in Syria?
Complicated, obviously. These are.
I think I'll ask Marco to say a few words on Syria.
Yeah, it's complicated, obviously. These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the south, west of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last couple hours.
Mr. President.
So Secretary of State Rubio said there was a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria. I'm not sure what the misunderstanding is. He did say there was a misunderstanding. I just want to show you when President Trump was first asked about Jerome Powell. There are a bunch of reports that say that President Trump told lawmakers, I believe it was yesterday, some Republican lawmakers, that he would soon fire the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. So let me just play you when President Trump was asked about this. Let me show you some of what he said.
Mr. President Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or you're back considering firing Jerome Powell? What's your justification if you're thinking about this?
Well, he's too late. He's always been too late. Hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala, and how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money, and we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him, but they did. So, no, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed, building a renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun, and it's a shame. But the biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest rates, because we should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen. And that goes for his board, too, because his board is not doing the job, because they should try and rein this guy in. So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that. Fortunately, we get to make a change in the next, 8 months or so. And we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great as a country. We have no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have the interest rates cut.
So you're saying the other day that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with the Treasury that he's not your top option to replace Jerome Powell, whenever that may be, whenever you decide what you want to do with them.
No, Scott's doing.
All right, again, so President Trump said during the briefing, during this appearance, that he suggested that it was not likely that he was going to fire Jerome Powell, but then he said unless there was some kind of fraud reason that he get fired. So we don't know what's going to happen. He certainly didn't say I'm going to do it. He did not say that. But the reporting is that there's a lot of reporting out there saying that he told some Republican lawmakers yesterday that he is going to do it soon. Also, there's reports, for example, Bloomberg is reporting, real quick, Bloomberg says a White House official says Trump is likely to fire Powell soon. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. We'll keep an eye on that. But let's go back for the moment. Let's go back to, I have a video I can show you, a new video from Syria. So I want to get this off the screen. So I want to show you a new video from Syria I just saw. Also, let me show you this. Hey guys, let's look at this. This is this Israeli border with Syria. Look at this video. It's the Israeli border with Syria. That's not Damascus. That's the Israel border with Syria. Hold on a second here. Let me just do something real quick. So those are, I don't know if those are all Druze. Those might be all Druze. There were reports earlier today of Druze crossing the border into Syria from Israel. I guess forcing their way across the border. But maybe it's a combination of Druze and Druze supporters. I certainly see Druze flags among that group. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, that is the Israel border with Syria. This down here, maybe. And I want to get you a video. I just saw a video that I had of damage in Damascus. So let me pull that up for you. Destruction inside the Syrian army headquarters. I'm about to get a video that I'm going to show you of destruction inside the Syrian army headquarters. Wikipedia says the Druze faith is an Abrahamic, monotheistic, and syncretic religion whose main tenets assert the unity of God, reincarnation, and the eternity of the soul. Although the Druze faith developed from Ismailism, Druze do not identify as Muslims. They maintain Arabic language and culture as integral parts of their identity. Most Druze religious practices are kept secret, and conversion to their religion is not permitted for outsiders, according to Wikipedia. All right, I have this video. Oh, by the way, quick, I got to say a couple thank yous here. I'm going to show you this video of damage at the defense ministry in Damascus in a second. Hey, thanks so much to Allison Hargroves for your support. I really appreciate it, Allison. Also, thank you over on Twitch to Rodders2 and Seismic71. And also thank you to Ricky Komu, our new member, Rod Remex, TN Cat Lover, Heavenly Intervention for your support. And hang on one moment here. I'll show you this video. Thanks Faustina from Norway. Thanks Faustina 1282. Also thanks to Pastime Classics. Thank you. Now, give me one moment here. One moment. Here is. Ooh, I might have a video, another video I can show you too. No, that's not the video I wanted to show you. What is this here? That's the video I need to show you. Where is this video? All right, here is this video of damage at the Syrian army headquarters. I'm pulling it up right now. All right, here it is. This is video from AFP. All right, see that video right here? This is AFP video. And I'm going to show you this right here. Check it out. Oops, that didn't work. That's a Reuters story. This is damage at the Syrian army headquarters. Look at that right there. Right above the entrance. Israel said it attacked the entrance to the defense headquarters. You can see it's right where the entrance is. Hold on. Right there. Right there.
والله القطع الهواء اخذهم بالنص بس.
I think now it's just I think now the video is repeating. Yeah, the video is repeating. So that was that video from AFP. There is a live shot, 2 live shots for you. Oh, look at what's happening on the border. That is the border with Israeli border with Syria. I might try to brighten that up a little bit for you. There we go. So we have that crowd there. No, that's part of the Israel has a significant Druze community. Hang on. Guys, I think I'm going to get video of the original attack. If you give me a second, I'm going to get you video of the original strike. Give me a moment here. Let me try to pull this up. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna do this right now. What's the best way to do this? I am getting you video. I'm actually buying the video. I'm buying the video for you. I just bought a video to show you what the original strike looked like. And I'm going to put that on the screen right now. It's pretty crazy. So hang on a moment. I'm going to pull it up here for you. This is a Reuters video, but it is it features other sources in the video, but I got it from Reuters. All right, so hang on. Let's figure this out. What I got to do is put this like this. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Are you ready? Here we go. There it is. Okay. Here is a video of that initial strike. What is happening now? See, before I do this. Okay. All right, you see this? This is the initial strike on the defense ministry. This is going to be earlier today. This is not live. This is earlier today, this video. I'll put that on the screen. I'll play it from the start, though. I just got this for you. See, it says earlier today in Damascus. Let's do this. Hold on. Here it is. Let's play this.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting defense to the presidential
Hold on.
in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace.
What I need to do is I need to play it with myself on the left side. Let's do it with me on the left side. Again, this is earlier today. I know it's a little confusing what's going on right now, but I want to just make this clear. Let's try this again. Let's try this again, shall we?
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government forces attacking Druze communities in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw. Shortly before the blasts, Israel's defense minister had said painful blows will come. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence around the southern city of Suwayda. Fighting between the Druze minority, government security forces, and members of Bedouin tribes has prompted Israel to strike repeatedly with the declared aim of protecting the Druze. Druze are followers of an offshoot religion of Islam and a spread between Syria, Lebanon and Israel. Druze in Israel have been calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights.
I apologize. That thing is on the screen. That red ticker's on the screen. So stupid. The red ticker was not supposed to be on the screen. I'll play this again. But this video, sorry about that. I'll replay the video so you can see everything without the red ticker on the screen. So this here is where earlier today, some Druze in Israel broke across the border because they wanted, I guess, to go into Syria and help their fellow Druze in Syria. I'll show you this. We're going to replay the part again of the showing the strikes on the defense ministry. But let me just show you this right here.
Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria, saying the situation was very grave and they could be kidnapped or killed. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The violence has underlined big challenges facing interim President Ahmed al-Sharaa, despite warming ties with the United States. He seeks to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has...
Now, let me play that again for you. So, yeah, I can't control. Sometimes the videos on them have the voice on one side. So I'm sorry that the audio is on one side. I don't have control over what side the audio is on. But let's look again at this video here of this is the attack on the defense ministry here. Look at this.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy...
I'm going to turn the volume off just so you can see this again. Look at this. That's the defense ministry. This is in Damascus. This is today. Again, the video is via Reuters. The original video is from Reuters. Sorry. Look at this. That's the capital. Yeah, I think there may have been, from what I read, there was an initial strike and then that strike. So there may have been like a warning strike on the building. Looks like several explosions there. Look at you see a bunch of explosions. So it's really striking video. Again, that is the defense ministry. All right, somebody just said, why is this happening? So I'm just going to, because I played it once, let me just play it one more time. It's explained in the video. But again, Israel does not like that the, two things. The government forces from Syria have been fighting with the Druze religious minority in southern Syria the last couple of days. And Israel says it wants to protect the Druze minority in southern Syria because it has a Druze population as well. But also Israel does not want Syrian forces to go into southern Syria, which is closer to the Israeli border. And so Israel wants the Syrian forces to stop fighting with the Druze, but also they want the Syrian forces to pull out from southern Syria near Israel where they're doing that fighting. So let me just play you that one more time. By the way, I heard the Facebook stream ended. Why did Facebook end? I got to restart the Facebook stream. I have no idea why Facebook ended. Let me try this. I got to restart Facebook. Hang on, I'm restarting Facebook. Just ended. So the AXA News says it's Bedouin gangs that attacked the Druze, not the government. Well, what happened is there was initially fighting between the Bedouin forces and the Druze forces. And then the government said, we're going to go in and stop the fighting. But then apparently what happened, reportedly, the government started fighting with the Druze. Let's play this video one time through again because it talks about a bunch of stuff, and then we'll keep you updated. But the video explains a bunch of things. So this is a Reuters video.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government forces, attacking Druze communities in southern Syria, and demanded they withdraw. Shortly before the blasts, Israel's defense minister had said painful blows will come. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence around the southern city of Suwayda. Fighting between the Druze minority, government security forces, and members of Bedouin tribes has prompted Israel to strike repeatedly with the declared aim of protecting the Druze. Druze are followers of an offshoot religion of Islam and a spread between Syria, Lebanon and Israel. Druze in Israel have been calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria.
So this video apparently shows Druze citizens of Israel who broke across the border and started going into Syria. My guess is that they're now back in Israel. I think I might have read that somewhere, but I'm not positive. Now, I'll also say, I mean, did the Israeli government let them go across the border? I don't know. I would think Israel has control of its borders. Or maybe what happened is that the Israeli government did not want a confrontation with them. So once they started cutting the fence, they just let them do it. But, you know, I can't imagine that they crossed and then somebody called the Israeli government and said, hey, Israeli government, just so you know, they're crossing the border right now. I assume they knew what was going on when it was happening. Anyways, but that's video of these Israeli Druze who have cut through the fence, I guess, and started going into Syria. Rewind. You can see the fence right there. Let me rewind that part.
Calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria, saying the situation was very grave and they could be kidnapped or killed. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The violence has underlined big challenges facing interim President Ahmed al-Sharaa, despite warming ties with the United States. He seeks to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule.
All right, and again, just because I think it's really significant, I'll just show you again. This is that footage of the Israeli attacks on the defense ministry in Damascus earlier today. I think this was about 5 hours ago when this happened. Just crazy video. It's right in the capital. Seems like sending a message to the Syrian government there when you bomb the defense ministry like that in the middle of the day in the capital. Okay, now I take you back. Now I take you back to the, that's live, and I'll go over here. And what you're looking at now is on the large shot. The large shot is a shot of Damascus skyline. The smaller video, that is on the border with, it's Israel on the border with Syria. And there are a bunch of Druze and or Druze supporters. I assume at least some of them are Druze. At the border, some of them holding Druze flags. It looks like maybe we're seeing troops at the bottom there. It's kind of hard to see. I turned the brightness up earlier. I'll try to turn the brightness up a little more. But it is getting dark there. Let's see here. I just turned the brightness up more so you could see it. So there's the situation at the border. That's Israel, but that's at the border with Syria. And what I'll do is turn the audio up a bit. And by the way, I do want to say a thank you to Tim Glenn for your support. Tim thinks the new Syrian leaders were ISIS and are doing ISIS things to non-Sunni people. Tim thinks Israel was behind ousting Assad, who protected religious ethnic minorities but was allied with Russia and Iran, so bad, but now new Syrian leaders were ISIS and now doing ISIS things to non-Sunni people, also bad, lose-lose. That's what our viewer Tim Glenn says. Thank you to Michael McIsaac, our member Redux 467, Sherry 94, Slime Diver, thank you. Need some skooma, Weasel Man, Ricky Como, Rod Remex, thanks for your support. And do you guys, is that video more interesting to you? Maybe that's a more interesting video. Maybe I'll make this the big video here, and I'll make the other one smaller. So this is Israel border with Syria, and then the smaller one will be Damascus, Syria. If I can find a place to put it. Right up there. I want it to be in the way. Okay, so there's that. Let me see if I have any updates for you, by the way. Nanny Jan, our viewer, says, why not strike at night, less people killed? I believe that Israel may have done a warning strike before that happened. Before they struck the defense ministry. I have not heard about any, not heard any fatalities. Of any fatalities in the defense ministry strike. Some people want this down here. And one moment. I want to thank our moderators too. We have moderating. Ruth is moderating. Thank you. Also, we have moderating Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah over on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And Kay Lowry Body has been moderating for us over there on Facebook, and Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks for watching from South Korea, our viewer Craig Carvalho. Thanks also to Sharon Klassen Goslin and Susan Priest Buchner and Rita Evans Lang for being Facebook subscribers. And our Twitch subscribers, shout out to people like Sarah, Chartek, Wall Street and Shaggy, CC143, Q Tripping, Drunk Can't Cook, Massachusetts Mike, thank you, Rodders 2, Seismic 71, and all of our other Fast Snacks and all of our other Twitch subscribers. All right, sorry, I'm just checking for some updates here. I got to check every few minutes just to make sure there's no kind of huge new development. Hang on, I think I see something else here. So Reuters is reporting, well, I think Axios reported it originally. Let me get this for you. There's been talk of a ceasefire today in southern Syria. I'm not sure. The Syrian state media had said over an hour ago that there was a ceasefire agreement, but it's not clear that that's happened. Oh, Rita, thanks to Rita for your support. Rita had said to me, what is the misunderstanding that Secretary of State Rubio mentioned? I have no idea. As I said earlier, Secretary of State Rubio said there was, in his comments today about this, said there was a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria. I'm not sure what he's referring to, what the misunderstanding would be. Yeah, so Sana'a, which is the Syrian state media, is still reporting that a ceasefire agreement has been reached in Suwayda. But they say an interior ministry source told them that, but it's not clear that that's actually happened. Oh, hey guys, I'm seeing a couple of reports. I just saw a couple of reports, unconfirmed online, of new airstrikes near Damascus. For example, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reports that new airstrikes have hit the Damascus, Rif, and Dara countryside. Oh, also, Syria TV, which is that government owned? Yeah, state media Syria TV says give me 1 second here. I think this is state media here. I believe this is Syrian state television. It's called Syria TV. They say that the region of Damascus says, we condemn the Israeli aggression on the city of Damascus. The aggression resulted in civilian deaths, they claim, and injuries, and claimed cause extensive damage. This aggression is an attempt to undermine the stability and security that the Syrian state seeks to establish. But there are reports, unconfirmed reports, of new strikes outside of Damascus. Looks like this has gone dark. Okay, that's the Damascus feed went dark, so we don't have that at this point. Oh, by the way, Mariv Online reports, which is an Israeli outlet. As I mentioned, we were talking about this before. So this is at the Israeli border with Syria. And I believe that's a number of Israeli Druze who are there to show support for the Druze in Syria, in southern Syria. But the Mariv Online in Israel reports that, so we saw a video when we just, of earlier today, a number of Israeli Druze cut the fence and started going into Syria and crossed into Syrian territory. Mariv reports that 2 members of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, were among those people who crossed the border. Oh, but they said 2 Druze Knesset members crossed the border to try to return the Druze youth to Israel. Okay, I see, that's the report. Okay, so what happened is some Druze crossed the border into Syria, and then 2 Druze parliament members in Israel crossed over to try to help get them back. That's according to Mariv. So it sounds like the Israeli Druze who crossed came back. That's what it sounds like. Will there be, was there a post by Khamenei? No, I'm not going to worry about that right now. So is there going to be a ceasefire or not? Will this all die down, or will there be more Israeli strikes on Damascus? Again, unconfirmed reports said recently there's more Israeli strikes on Syria. So, hold on a second. There's also reports, by the way, I'm seeing in Palestinian and Arabic language media of new Israeli strikes in Gaza, which has been going on regularly. But I just want to acknowledge that as well. Let me give you an update here. On supposed ceasefire claims. AP says that Syrian government officials and leaders in the Druze religious minority announced a renewed ceasefire after days of clashes that have threatened to unravel the country's post-war political transition and have drawn intervention by Syria's powerful neighbor Israel. By the way, that ceasefire deal would not involve Israel. In theory, there might be a separate agreement between Syria and Israel. AP says it was not immediately clear if the new agreement announced by the Syrian Interior Ministry and in a video message by a Druze religious leader would hold. A previous ceasefire announced the day before quickly fell apart. A prominent Druze leader disavowed the new agreement entered into by other Druze officials. The announcement came after Israel launched a series of rare airstrikes in the heart of Damascus, part of a military campaign that Israel said is intended to defend the Druze and to push Islamic militants away from its border, says AP. The Druze form a substantial community in Israel as well as in Syria and are seen in Israel as a loyal minority, often serving in the military. The latest escalation in Syria began with tit-for-tat kidnappings and attacks between local Sunni Bedouin tribes and Druze armed factions in the southern province. Government forces that intervened to restore order then clashed with the Druze. So again, you had the Druze, which is a religious sect, clashing with Sunni Bedouin tribes in southern Syria. Then a couple days ago, sometime in the last few days, the Syrian government forces went in there and said, we're going to go in there and calm down this fighting. But the Syrian government forces, and the Syrian government is Sunni Muslim, those government forces started fighting with the Druze. So Israel intervened, one, to protect the Druze, but also says it wants those Syrian government forces out of southern Syria, close to the Israeli border. The region we're talking about is here. You can see on this map right here. There is Syria, there is Israel, and we're talking about the Suwayda region, which is in southern Syria. There's the Israel-Syria border here, and there is Damascus. AP says the escalating violence in Syria has appeared to be the most serious threat yet to the ability of Syria's new rulers to consolidate control of the country after a rebel offensive led by Islamist insurgent groups ousted longtime despotic leader Bashar Assad in December, bringing an end to a nearly 14-year civil war. The primarily Sunni Muslim leaders in Syria have faced suspicion from religious and ethnic minorities, especially after clashes between government forces and pro-Assad armed groups in March spiraled into sectarian revenge attacks. Hundreds of civilians from the Alawite religious minority were killed in March. Sky Glitch Galaxy, our viewer, says, hard to see where this ends. Fanatics aren't going to stop. Punk Funk thinks Israel is being terrorists again. CC says, is this a land grab? We do not see new Israeli forces moving into Syria the last few days. That has not happened. ABCDEF, our viewer, claims that they are hearing that IDF strikes continue, with strikes north of Dara some 30 minutes ago. I have heard some unconfirmed reports of new strikes by Israel in Syria, but I cannot confirm that. By the way, thanks also to Megan Lorenzen for your support. Thanks, Megan. Donna Simmons says, Israel has already taken land from Syria. She talks about the occupied Golan Heights and says maybe Israel wants more of Syria. Again, I have not seen any reports from the last few days of Israel moving more forces into Syria. Much of the world considers the Golan Heights, which Israel is in, occupied Syria. But that is a place that Israel has been in since 1967. Wikipedia, for example, says 2/3 of the Golan Heights was occupied by Israel following the 1967 Six-Day War and then effectively annexed in 1981, an action unrecognized by the international community, which continues to consider it Israeli-occupied Syrian territory. Oh, in 2024, Israel occupied the remaining 1/3 of the area of the Golan Heights. But I have not heard about any kind of new Israeli forced movement into Syria the last few days. Now, Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, he reports that around 1,000 Israeli Druze who crossed the border from Israel are believed to still be in Syrian territory. I don't know if that's true. The IDF is trying to bring them back and to block the routes from the village, from where they are, leading to Suwayda, where the fighting has been going on. That's according to Ariel Oserin. The Times of Israel reports that a senior Israeli official says Syria is making serious mistakes and peace talks will depend on the regime's behavior. Hey, I have a statement from the Israeli Foreign Ministry, guys. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me 1 minute. I will come back and I'll read you what the a statement from the Israeli government. I just need 1 minute here. Just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. All right, I know that was longer than a minute. I apologize. Sorry for the delay. I am back. Sorry for the delay. Okay. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Oh, I was going to read you, I just saw a statement released by Israel about this. Here is a statement from the Israeli government. They say that Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs held a series of calls with his counterparts on the developments in Syria. He spoke with the European Union High Representative for Foreign Affairs, German Foreign Minister, and Greek Foreign Minister. Oh, there's a couple of, I think there might be maybe a Yemen missile alert. Once in a while, Yemen, the Houthis fire a missile at Israel. So I think there might be an alert related to that right now. Let me just look it up and see. That'd be my guess. Yeah, so there are some missile alerts going on in Israel, but it is from Yemen. It's from the Houthis. This has been a regular occurrence over the last several weeks. This is not some kind of new thing. And this is a missile launch by the Houthis at Israel, which is, again, a regular occurrence these days. Israel says that they have detected a launch of a missile from Yemen, and they're working on intercepting it. Okay? So, just so people know, that is what this is. It is a missile launched by the Houthis toward Israel, that the kind of event that has been regularly happening. I will keep you posted on that. But I wanted to mention that Israel, and they're working on shooting it down, dealing with the threat. Israel's foreign minister talked to some other world leaders, or world foreign affairs, world foreign ministers, and stressed, and it says, in his calls with other foreign ministers, the Israeli foreign minister stressed the recurring phenomenon of massacres and attacks against minorities in Syria, Alawites, Kurds, Druze, and Christians, both by forces of the Syrian regime and by jihadist gangs that support the Syrian regime. The Israeli foreign minister also stressed the consistent pattern of exploiting these riots for the Syrian regime's interests. This is an Israeli government statement. The Israeli government says the Syrian regime statements about an independent investigation of the events are a farce, both because regime forces themselves took part in them and because we still remember a similar hollow promise made following the massacres against the Alawites. Foreign Minister Saar of Israel said in calls with some other foreign ministers today that preventing harm to minorities and respecting their rights were among the conditions set by the European Union itself for lifting sanctions against Syria. Minister Saar also said that continuing harm to minorities would not enable stability to be achieved in Syria, contrary to the interests of Europe itself. Minister Saar emphasized in the talks Israel's interests in stability and preventing the creation of a threat against Israel in southern Syria, as well as its commitment to preventing harm to the Druze community. Israel says the regime in Syria has been given clear messages and it knows exactly how to restore quiet and stability if it so desires. That is a statement from Israel. Oh, a State Department press briefing is coming up. They might talk about this. When is the State Department briefing? There's also again, there was a missile fired by the Houthis from Israel. Yeah, sirens in Israel following a projectile launched from Yemen. That is what's going on with that. I will show you the SOFAR alert map. But this is a projectile from Yemen. It's not even on there. I don't see it live right now. But, again, Israel said that they detected a launch from Yemen. So we'll keep you posted about that. This is where those sirens were going off, by the way, right there, according to So Far Alert. Yemen is all the way down here. There's Yemen down here. It's a little, Yemen's a ways away from Israel. So that was a few minutes ago. Is that even the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. But currently, I don't see them going off. Well, I'll look into it and see what's going on. On the bottom, you see somebody is holding a Druze Israel flag. The flag has both the Druze and the Israel flag on it. It's a double flag. When is the State Department meeting? Hold on a second here. The State Department briefing is at 2 p.m. We're going to show you the State Department press briefing at 2 p.m., guys. Coming up. So, if you want to know what the U.S. government thinks, we'll hear from them in a few minutes. A new statement. In case you missed it, I want to show you a little summary of what happened today with some footage. This is right here. Let me pull it up for you. Here it is. Now, why can't I see it? Oh. Hang on a moment. Why is that not actually showing? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That doesn't help. Let's try this again. Here is a video from Reuters showing, first of all, it'll show you the attack on the Israeli attack on the Syrian Defense Ministry in Damascus. But it'll also show you some other things. All right, so I'm going to put myself over here. Let's do it this way. Okay, let's watch this for a second. There it is. Oh, okay. No, we'll do it this way. So this is a video from Reuters. First of all, I'll show you just what happened earlier today, hours ago, at the Ministry of Defense. Look at this video. That's the Ministry of Defense building in Damascus when it was attacked by Israel. That is not a live video. Right in Damascus. Now I'll put on the audio to give you some narration about what's been going on. Audio track is going to be on one side, unfortunately. But let's listen here.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government forces attacking Druze communities in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw. Shortly before the blasts, Israel's defense minister had said painful blows will come. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence around the southern city of Suwayda. Fighting between the Druze minority, government security forces, and members of Bedouin tribes has prompted Israel to strike repeatedly with the declared aim of protecting the Druze. Druze are followers of an offshoot religion of Islam and are spread between Syria, Lebanon and Israel. Druze in Israel have been calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria, saying the situation was very grave and they could be kidnapped or killed. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The violence has underlined big challenges facing interim President Ahmed al-Sharaa, despite warming ties with the United States. He seeks to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital.
I just want to show you this again.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital.
So obviously big strikes there. Now, let me go back to now. Here is the border between Israel. It's in Israel, but it's on the border with Syria. And you can see somebody has a combination Israel and Druze flag there. Why did Facebook stop again? Give me a second here. Sorry, Facebook is having issues today. I got to restart Facebook again. All right, hang on. Let me just restart the Facebook stream here. It's so bad. State Department press briefing in 5 minutes, by the way. Let me put that on the screen for you. Right, give me one moment here. One moment. Hey, thanks to Kristen Gates for your support. Thanks, Kristen Gates. I gotta thank her in a second again. Hold on. Let me get the State Department press briefing up on the screen for you. Look, it's the Department of State press briefing. Starting soon. Starting soon. Guys, I need about 30 seconds. Not even a minute. I need about 30 seconds. Hang on one moment here. It says 1 minute. Give me about 30 seconds. We're waiting for the State Department's press briefing to start. Thanks to K Kentucky, it's the Israeli side of the border. It's the Israeli side. Did the missile alert has ended. The missile launched from Yemen was intercepted. The Israeli Defense Force says that the missile launched from Yemen has been intercepted. Huge Undies says, your move, Jolani, play ball or end up on Israel's naughty list. FJ just posted a report, an unconfirmed report of another, looks like maybe another strike outside of Damascus. I can't confirm that though. There may be more Israeli strikes going on. Thanks Rod Remix as well. Thanks Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thank you Kristen Gates for your support. If you're watching on Facebook, I'm sorry, Facebook is having issues today and the streams keep ending on Facebook. I have no idea why, none. So I'm sorry about that, but that is what's happening. So I restart them when they stop. Thanks also to Sachen69 for the memberships. That's very nice of you, Sachen. I'm seeing some reports, some unconfirmed reports of more strikes in the Damascus area, guys. I don't have a live shot of Damascus right at the moment. Oh, hold on. But I do have the State Department brief is going to start in a second. Oh, I have it for you right here. Hold on. I have a shot of the State Department briefing. Well, we'll wait. It just says starting soon. I'm going to leave that up there. Thanks to Mary Dean for your support. Thank you, Mary. Also, Summer Meyer, our member. We're waiting to hear what the U.S. State Department says in their briefing. Thanks to Dingo Pack, our member. Manny Fabian with the Times of Israel reports that the Israeli Defense Force Chief of Staff visited the Syrian border, telling troops, "We are acting with determination to prevent the entrenchment of hostile elements beyond the border, to protect the citizens of the State of Israel, and to prevent harm to the Druze." The visit comes after around 1,000 Druze residents of Israel breached the border into Syria today, I think at this area, amid deadly clashes in the Syrian Druze majority city of Sweida. Oopsie. Sorry. I'm going to put on the screen the video from the... Hey, look, it's the video of the press briefing. Hang on. There's the video from the press briefing. We're waiting for it to start. Ariel Oserin says Syrian media report. Ariel's an Israeli reporter with I-24. He's I-24 News English. He says Syrian media report renewed airstrikes target the western suburb of Damascus. Again, Ariel Oserin with I-24 News says Syrian media report renewed Israeli airstrikes targeting the western suburb of Damascus. That's just being reported in the last few minutes. More Israeli strikes. Aleph, who I follow, just said reports of Israeli Air Force strike near Muad Amyat al-Sham on the outskirts of Damascus. Sky News Arabia is reporting the same thing. Turkey's Anadolu news agency says the UN Security Council will meet tomorrow on Syria. Waiting for the State Department press briefing to start. Oh, what is this? Sky News Arabia claims that the Israeli chief of staff said, "I have ordered an increase in the pace of operations to prevent attacks on the Druze in Syria." Khan News Israel says reports say that fighting in Suwayda, Syria has resumed despite a ceasefire being declared. We are waiting to hear what the U.S. State Department's going to say about all this, coming up at any moment. To repeat, there's reports of new fighting in Suwayda. I assume that would be between Druze and Syrian government forces. Our viewer Avia says, all of us in Israel are absolutely fed up with all the wars since October 7th. But the reality is that Israel has to do what it has to do. That's what our viewer Avia said. Avia says Druze in Israel are protesting, demanding that Israel government do more to protect the Druze in Syria. Avia believes many of them have family members in Syria. Thank you so much to Donna Smith for your support. Thank you, Donna. Again, we're still waiting for the press briefing to start. Oh, it's about to start right now. Hey guys, the press briefing is starting. Right, hold on.
Thank you, everyone.
It's a Wednesday.
Thank you, everyone.
President, of course, President, of course, was very busy yesterday. I was at an event, and we didn't want to conflict with the president and his terrific event in Pittsburgh. So thank you for your understanding. But here we are today. We will also brief tomorrow as well. Thank you for being here. Of course, I do have a few comments. As we get settled in here, people are shaking hands. That's a very good sign. I prefer hands being shaken as opposed to throats being grabbed. Hi, you guys. Hi. I will note that your colleague Nadia, who is normally here, is not, because she was at the White House asking the president questions. So I'm a little jealous, but it's all right. I will rib her about that tomorrow. I hope she appears tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. This week, the United States is delivering results that uphold our values, protect our interests, and reinforce American leadership on the global stage. Over the weekend, in solidarity with the Cuban people on the anniversary of the July 11th, 2021 protests, Secretary Rubio designated regime figurehead Canal and 2 other senior officials under Section 7031C for gross human rights violations. This action builds on existing visa restrictions targeting Cuban judicial and prison officials involved in the unjust detention and torture of protesters. In addition, we are cutting off financial lifelines to the regime by updating the Cuba restricted list and Cuba prohibited accommodations list to include 11 regime-linked hotels. This week, also, President Trump, joined by Secretary Rubio, met with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in the Oval Office. The president reiterated his desire to end the bloodshed in Ukraine and expressed disappointment in Vladimir Putin's continued refusal to do so. As part of this effort, President Trump announced the United States will sell advanced U.S. weapons to NATO allies who may choose to send them to other countries. 2 months after President Trump traveled to the Middle East, countries are still coming to us to build off the momentum that his trip generated. Bahrain's Crown Prince is visiting Washington today, as many of you would have noticed, where he announced Bahrain's intention to invest over $17 billion, that's with a B, in the United States. The deal constitutes a major U.S. commercial win that could support up to 30,000 American jobs. Regarding the situation in Syria, we heard the Secretary state during today's meeting in the Oval Office, quote, "It's complicated. Obviously, these are historic long-term rivalries between different groups in the southwest of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long, and with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and having a situation there in the Middle East that is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last few hours." Turning to our transatlantic partnerships, Secretary Rubio met yesterday with Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani to coordinate next steps on the Israeli-Iran ceasefire, reaffirm our joint resolve on Ukraine, and address shared challenges posed by China and developments in Latin America. In the Western Hemisphere, Deputy Secretary Christopher Landau met Monday with Haitian Prime Minister Phil Amé to discuss the urgent need to restore security, stability, and constitutional order in Haiti. He underscored continued U.S. support for the multinational security support mission. Looking to the Indo-Pacific, President Trump has announced the composition of the presidential delegation that is traveling to the World Expo in Osaka, Japan on U.S. National Day, which is tomorrow, Thursday, July 19th, 2025. The delegation is led by Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and includes Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau, a busy man. Since the expo opened on April 13th, nearly 1 million guests have visited the USA Pavilion, and we expect over 2 million visitors over the duration of the expo. The USA Pavilion serves a unique convening place for American companies to connect with potential customers and drive American prosperity. This event, along with our recent engagements with the Quad and ASEAN, reaffirms that U.S. leadership in the Indo-Pacific is enduring, strategic, and producing real results. So that is my opening here on this Wednesday. I will now happily, most of the time, take your questions. Daphne.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what the Secretary said earlier on Syria,
yes.
What is it that the U.S. is hoping to see in the next few hours?
Well, certainly an end to the conflict, an end to the nature of the violence that is happening, an Israeli withdrawal, a Syrian government withdrawal from the area as well.
And has the U.S. asked Israel to halt strikes on Syria?
I cannot speak to specific conversations or the exchanges diplomatically, but I can say that, let me see, there's a few things that might give us a sense here of what's happening. We are calling on the Syrian government to, in fact, withdraw their military in order to enable all sides to de-escalate and find a path forward. And I think that that's obviously the goal because of the nature of what's happened and the Secretary's phrasing that this was a misunderstanding. He's optimistic that this can be achieved.
So you said you're looking for an Israeli withdrawal and a Syrian government withdrawal from the area. Can you be more explicit about where
I can't. I can't. Right. All right. Yes, Jillian.
So given what you just laid out, seems like it's safe to say that there is daylight between the President and Secretary Rubio and the Israelis?
Well, I wouldn't say that at all, no. But very good try. No, I think that there's, I think it's very specific what we've been asking. We've been obviously speaking with all the parties involved. We are involved and we know the parties involved. And the President and the Secretary have noted that they expect de-escalation as soon as possible, that this was classically a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria and long-term tribal issues also in the area. But our best are on it, and that includes, of course, the leaders of the country.
Can you comment on the food aid that is set to expire, the 500 million billion tons or whatever it is that is set to expire that was slated to head to help stave off, I guess, starvation in Afghanistan and Pakistan?
What I can say without the particular specifics is that we have a kind of a standard procedure that if food is expired, it will be destroyed. So let's get more information on that. I know that there was a conversation about the nature of food and whether or not if it is expired and if that's the kind, we know we take action with that when it comes to the procedure. So we'll get an answer back for you on that. All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Tammy. Just back on Syria, could you give us a sense of whom the Secretary has reached out to, both on the Syrian side and on the Israeli side?
No. Sorry, just a quick answer. No.
All right. And second, could you give us some clarity as to what he meant exactly by a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria? I mean, I know he said it was complicated, so
yes, it's complicated.
A short answer, but
well, yes.
What did he mean by
I won't characterize his statement or remarks I would expect more comments to come from the president, perhaps, and certainly the secretary. They are, again, have been, as we have in general, involved in de-escalating this, which is the key. But within his experience, he felt that that word was appropriate. Yes. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's where Nadia should be sitting, though. I believe you better tell her. What's your name, sir?
Joseph.
Joseph. Hi there. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I wanted to ask on Gaza if you have any updates to provide on ceasefire talks or progress on that.
Yes, we do. There's still negotiations. I'm not going to get into the details of what those are. And of course, last week, you'll recall that Secretary Rubio said that we are hopeful. He says, I mean, in the end, we're hoping they'll move to proximity talks. So obviously, it's a negotiating process that is underway and ongoing. He said, it appears that generally the terms have been agreed to, but obviously now you need to have talks about how to implement those terms. He noted, I should say now President Trump has noted, that we want to have a ceasefire. He's noted that many times. We have to have peace. We want to get the hostages back, and warned Hamas that it will only get worse if they don't agree to this arrangement. Right.
And then on Lebanon, Ambassador Barak was recently there and receiving a response to proposals or roadmaps for that country to disarm Hezbollah and implement certain reforms. Can you talk about any of the, I don't know what you want to call them, demands or asks that he made of the Lebanese government, specifically as it pertains to Hezbollah's weapons? Was there a timeline given? Has he warned that U.S. support could be withdrawn or reduced if the Lebanese government doesn't make any progress?
Well, as you'll learn, if we'll see you hopefully on occasion here, is that I won't speak about the nature of the specifics of what happens in a negotiation, what is asked for, what those conversations are. We do know, of course, that the ambassador, and as of course our special envoy also, has been very open about the fact that, and this was last week, that he was happy with the nature of the conversations and the commitment to disarm Hezbollah. I can also note on the same sort of issue when it comes to money that supports Hezbollah. The Ambassador Barak stated that stopping the flow of Hezbollah's finances, including through Al-Qard al-Hassan, is a USA priority. We welcome Lebanon's recent efforts in that regard as well as a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done. The Lebanese government must abandon the pretense that Al-Qard al-Hassan is an NGO under Lebanese law rather than what it is, which is a financial institution used by Hezbollah to subvert international sanctions regimes and undermine Lebanon's formal economy. So I can have that for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Tell me, there's a Qatari delegation.
We'll take your question, but then I'll come right back to you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
I know you're like really close to each other. All right, go ahead.
There's a Qatari delegation visiting the White House tomorrow. And is the secretary going to be holding separate talks with?
Hey guys, so we heard the comments on Syria. I don't know how much more Syria is going to be discussed. So I was going to just return to our coverage of the Syria issue. If you want to see the State Department rest of their press conference, you can go to social media. But I'm going to move us back because I don't think a lot of what's going to be talked about is going to be about Syria anymore. I will say, so we heard earlier, Secretary of State Rubio called it a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria. I told you I don't know why it's being called a misunderstanding. She was actually asked if she would clarify what the misunderstanding was. She did not do so. So that is a word that keeps being used, is misunderstanding. But I don't know what the misunderstanding is supposed to be. Hang on a moment here. So anyways, let's get an update about what's going on. What we've been covering is that Israel has launched strikes on Syrian forces, including today strikes on Damascus, the Syrian capital. Israel says it is doing this because it wants the Syrian government forces to stop attacking the Druze minority in southern Syria. Also, it wants Syrian government forces to get out of southern Syria, where they've gone in the last few days and are fighting with Druze forces. The Druze are a religious ethnic group that Israel has some Druze, and there's a bunch of them in Syria. The Syrian government had originally gone to southern Syria to stop fighting between Bedouin tribes and the Druze. But what ended up happening is fighting between Syrian government forces and the Druze. So Israel says it wants to protect the Druze. Israel also says it does not want Syria moving government forces closer to Israel in southern Syria. And there have been some major strikes by Israel on Damascus today, including on the Syrian Defense Ministry. And I will actually show you that in a second here. I will show you that video. You can see Israel launches heavy airstrikes on Damascus, vowing to protect Druze, says Reuters. So let me show you this video here. You may have seen this earlier on our broadcast, but I want to show you it again because I think it's helpful. But I need to get it on the screen. Oh, hold on.
Powerful airstrikes rocked.
I need to get it on the screen for you. Here it is. Here is the video that I want to show you, and then we'll talk more about this. We'll take some more comments. Now, to start, I'm just going to show you the video of the attack on the defense ministry, and then I'll play the whole thing.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Powerful airstrike.
What I need to do is I need to switch my headphones. I need to switch my headphones. Give me one moment. I gotta get my earbud headphones. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I need 1 minute. My headphones are out of battery. I gotta get my earbuds. You know, I'll just do this right. I'll replace my earbuds after. I'm good. I'm good. We're fine. Let me just play this for you.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital.
I'll show this again.
Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government forces attacking Druze communities in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw. Shortly before the blasts, Israel's defense minister had said painful blows will come. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence around the southern city of Suwayda. Fighting between the Druze minority, government security forces, and members of Bedouin tribes has prompted Israel to strike repeatedly with the declared aim of protecting the Druze. Druze are followers of an offshoot religion of Islam and are spread between Syria, Lebanon and Israel. Druze in Israel have been calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria, saying the situation was very grave and they could be kidnapped or killed. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The violence has underlined big challenges facing interim President Ahmed al-Sharaa, despite warming ties with the United States. He seeks to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital.
Just want to show that again. It's a really striking video of the Israeli attack on the defense ministry of Syria. Look at that. Those are airstrikes. Those are not explosives that have been planted there. Those are, I don't know if it's it looks like missile strikes to me. Now I need to put on my earbuds. If you give me a second here. Let's go back to the live video. One moment. That's the live video from the Israeli side of the Syria border. Let me just put these on here. Oh, I know what happened here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not connected yet. I can't hear yet. I can't hear yet. Give me a moment. I got to connect my earbuds. One moment here.
Trump's remarks probably give
why are we hearing?
Immediate sense.
Sorry, we're hearing extra audio. We don't need to be hearing.
He views things as being.
Sorry. All right. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. I needed to get it so that my headphones work. Where's this? Everything's falling apart here. All right, I think we're almost fixed. Why is this thing all weird? Let's try this again. Okay, I think I got it to work. One moment. Now, why am I not hearing this? Oh, that's why. President Trump is supposed to sign a bill in about a half an hour. So if we're on the air then, and I have video of it, I'll show it to you. Although he might really not talk about Syria at all. Facebook stopped again, so I need to just tell people on Facebook to watch it. Let me just post on our Facebook. That they should watch us on other platforms. Sorry about Facebook. They're having real problems today and the stream keeps stopping, so I just got to stop. We're just not going to be on Facebook for the moment. I just can't every half an hour restart the stream. Okay, let me try to get you guys some updates here. Hey, thanks Ronald Kame for your support. I am checking for other updates here. The Israeli chief of staff made some comments. The IDF actually posted about it. Okay, the IDF posted about this. The Israeli chief of staff visited the Syrian border a little while ago and said, "We are acting resolutely to prevent hostile elements from establishing themselves across the border to protect the citizens of the State of Israel and to prevent harm to the Druze." He said, "We will not allow southern Syria to become a terrorist stronghold. We will not trust anyone. We will protect the communities on the border. There is no room for disorder on the fence." The chief of staff of the Israeli military said, "Since yesterday, Israel has been attacking Syrian regime targets, most of them in the Suwayda region, and in recent hours also in Damascus." He said, "I call on you, our brothers, members of the Druze community. I am aware of your pain. Nevertheless, observe the law and protect your lives." He said to the Druze, "We are committed to you and your security and are doing everything to assist you." He said, "I've instructed additional reinforcement of collection and attack means in order to increase the pace of attacks on Syria and stop the attacks against the Druze in Syria as necessary." The city where a bunch of the fighting between Syria and Druze has taken place in Syria, the Syrian government and Druze forces, is in southern Syria. It's called Sweida. Israel does not like that the government forces are moving into Suwayda. They don't like more forces being closer to the Israeli border. Although Damascus is right here and Suwayda is right here. But they do not want the government forces in that area, and they say they are also protecting the Druze minority in southern Syria. I think we might have briefly, the live shot might have briefly cut out, so I have to wait for the live shot to come back. Okay. We've been hearing some reports over the last couple hours of new, unconfirmed reports of new Israeli strikes in Syria. The UN is meeting tomorrow on this, supposedly, reportedly. Yeah, Facebook is not really working today for live streaming. They're having issues. Great Awakening heard a report that a ceasefire was being worked out in Syria. There was reporting from a couple hours ago that a ceasefire was worked out, but there's conflicting reports on that. It's not clear. As soon as I get that live shot back, I'll show it to you. So I honestly don't know. I don't know if this is going to continue to intensify or there's going to be some kind of agreement between the parties involved. Guy Elster, who's a reporter I follow, says the Syrian Health Ministry says dozens of bodies were discovered in Sweida Hospital. I'll have to get you some more reporting. Here, let me show you something right now, actually. Get you an update right now. I will get you an update right now. Right here. Israel launches heavy airstrikes in Damascus, vowing to protect Druze. That is from Reuters. They say Israel launched powerful airstrikes in Damascus today, blowing up part of the defense ministry and hitting near the presidential palace as Israel vowed to destroy Syrian government forces attacking the Druze in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw. The attacks today on Damascus marked a significant Israeli escalation against the Islamist-led administration of interim President Ahmed al-Shara, and came despite his warming ties with the U.S. and his administration's evolving security contacts with Israel. Describing Syria's new rulers as barely disguised jihadists, Israel has said it will not let them move forces into southern Syria and has vowed to shield southern Syria's Druze community from the attack, encouraged by calls from Israel's own Druze minority. Here is the live shot again, by the way. A bunch of Druze, and I assume maybe some Druze supporters, I assume it's both Druze and Druze supporters, I don't know if it's all Druze, on the border with Syria there. Some of them have Druze flags, that green, blue, yellow, and red flag, a Druze flag. You see a couple Druze flags flying. Reuters says the U.S. State Department called on Syria to pull back its troops to allow for de-escalation. Syria called for the UN Security Council to address the consequences of the Israeli aggression. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence in and around the predominantly Druze city of Sweida, pitting fighters from the Druze minority against government security forces and members of Bedouin tribes. An Israeli official told Reuters that Syrian forces were not acting to prevent attacks on Druze and were part of the problem. The current president of Syria, Shara, is facing major challenges to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that fear Islamist rule, mistrust exacerbated by mass killings of members of the Alawite minority in March. Syrian government troops were dispatched to the Sweida region on Monday to quell fighting between Druze fighters and Bedouin armed men, but the Syrian government forces ended up clashing with the Druze militias. A ceasefire announced on Tuesday collapsed. Druze are followers of a religion that is an offshoot of Islam and are spread between Syria, Lebanon, and Israel. They are not Muslims, however. Yesterday, a Reuters reporter said they had seen Syrian government forces looting and burning homes and stealing cars and furniture in Sweida. Remember, there was a civil war for 14 years in Syria, which ended with the new government, the new government, largely Sunni Muslim, taking control and ousting Assad at the end of last year. By the way, thanks to Susan Mann. That's very kind of you, Susan Mann. I really appreciate your support. Also, Rod Remix. Our viewer BBSW1 claims that Jolani thugs have been killing Alawites and Christians for months. By the way, Jolani and al-Shara are the same person. If you see here, Ahmed al-Shara. This is from Wikipedia. Also known as Abu Mohammed al-Julani, a Syrian politician and former rebel commander serving as the president of Syria since January. Thanks also so much to Weaselman. Oh, is there a new comment about from Rubio? Phil Stewart from Reuters. Did Rubio post? Hold on. I'm seeing a possible new comment from Secretary of State. Oh, right here. Hey, guys, look. Right here. New statement from Marco Rubio. New statement from Marco Rubio. Let me show you right now. Here it is. I have it for you. Well, that's his. Right here. There it is from Marco, Secretary of State. He writes, "We have engaged all the parties involved in the clashes in Syria. We have agreed on specific steps that will bring this troubling and horrifying situation to an end tonight. This will require all parties to deliver on the commitments they have made, and this is what we fully expect them to do." So there's the new statement by Marco Rubio. You can see it on your screen there. Austin Batman says, so has Marco moved on from misunderstanding? He did not say misunderstanding then. Vicious Flying does not believe this. So he says, we have agreed on specific steps with all the parties involved that will bring this troubling and horrifying situation to an end tonight. But he says this will require all the parties to deliver on the commitments they have made. Maybe we'll do a quick poll. Will the fighting stop tonight? I mean, I don't mean all fighting in Syria forever. I just mean this specific episode. Okay? So we're going to do a poll. So I don't mean forever and ever there'll never be any more fighting in Syria. Obviously, I don't mean that. But Marco Rubio says the situation is going to be brought to an end. The fighting's going to be brought to an end tonight. All right, I just posted it on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. Unfortunately, Facebook is acting up, so we can't be on Facebook right now. All right, let me show you what you guys said about this. As you can see, Marco Rubio's new statement on the screen. Okay, over on YouTube, I said, will the fighting stop tonight? That's what Marco Rubio says is going to happen. On YouTube, 80% say no. Wow. You guys are skeptical. And on Twitch, wow, 74% say no. 76% say no. So most of you voting say the fighting will not stop tonight. Lola P says, I don't think it will stop tonight. Now Twitch is over 80%. Wall Street thinks Druze will get their enclave. Bedouin will continue to resist. All right, thank you for voting in the poll. We're going to end the poll. Sounds like a car, maybe. What is this? So I have a report here from Roy Case. Roy is a Israeli reporter. According to Roy Case, a source in the Syrian Defense Ministry tells local radio Sham FM that the withdrawal of the Syrian government forces from the city of Suwayda has begun after local internal security forces deployed there. The source claims that Israeli attacks are delaying the government army's withdrawal. I have no idea if that's true. Roger Shoemaker says, so they're moving out. I don't know. I cannot confirm that Syrian government forces are moving out of Suwayda. Yeah, I'm looking at the Sham FM report right now. Sham FM in Syria says a source in the Ministry of Defense announces the start of withdrawal of army forces from Suwayda region. But they say Israel's shelling is delaying the withdrawal process. For whatever that's worth, guys. What is this here? Seeing some other reporting I want to pass along as well. Suwayda 24, which is a news outlet in Suwayda, where this fighting has been going on between the government forces and the Druze. They say that, hold on. The Men of Dignity, which is a Druze militia operating in Suwayda. So Druze forces say, I have a statement from Druze forces in Suwayda. Druze forces say Any agreement that does not include the withdrawal of all invading forces, the government forces, which have committed unprecedented atrocities in the history of Suwayda region and brutal massacres amounting to war crimes against our innocent people, any agreement that does not include the withdrawal of all invading forces, they say, will be completely unacceptable. Also, the Druze militia says, after the martyrdom, the killing of its finest leaders and fighters, it will continue to defend itself until the last fighter capable of bearing arms is killed, unless the invaders withdraw from all the villages and towns they have plundered. So that's a statement about 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago from the Druze. UV thinks the government troops, what he calls the ISIS troops, are retreating back north. I don't have a confirmation of that. Hang on, I'm just checking. A couple things here. The Washington Post said Israel carried out what it said were dozens of strikes across Syria, including the capital, escalating a conflict with a new Syrian government that is already grappling with a deadly episode of domestic sectarian unrest. Israel said it was attacking Syrian forces, government forces, to protect the Druze minority from Syria's Islamist leadership. Secretary of State Rubio blamed the violence on a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria, stemming from the sectarian tensions in Syria's south. Israel struck the Defense Ministry building. Israel struck a target near the presidential palace in Damascus. The Washington Post says Druze leaders have long bristled at the presence of Syrian government forces in Sweida. The Druze a religious sect, have maintained their own militias while expressing fears that the new government, led by Ahmad al-Shara, the former leader of an al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria, who spearheaded the rebel drive that deposed Assad in December. The Druze have expressed fears that the new government, have expressed fears of the new government. Also, the Washington Post says, Israel has carried out bombings in Syria since Assad's fall and set up military outposts in Syrian territory in what Israeli officials have said is an effort to secure their borders from a government Israel has derided as extremist. Critics have warned that Israel's actions, its occupation, outreach to minority leaders, and demand that the entire south of Syria be demilitarized are thwarting the new government's attempts to establish sovereignty. One of our viewers said before, how can Israel tell the Syrian government to get out of its own territory? But that's what they're doing. They're saying, get out of southern Syria. The Post also notes that before this week's events, the Syrian government under Shara had shown little, if any, antipathy, hostility to Israel. On Wednesday, for the first time since since the new president took power, Syria's state news agency began referring to Israel as an occupation force, says the Post. During the unrest in Suwayda, there have been numerous reports of Syrian government troops abusing or humiliating Druze residents, with many of the reports incidents shared on social media. In a statement Wednesday, Shara, the leader of Syria, addressed the reports, acknowledging that violations have occurred and calling them criminal and illegal behavior. Any party responsible for these acts will be held accountable under strict legal procedures, and we will not allow them to go unpunished, he said. R. Waltz says the government is starting off on the wrong foot. Thanks, Terry. I haven't heard specifics about... I saw one report about bodies being found in a hospital in Suwayda. I haven't seen that confirmed. And I don't know if those would have been bodies that were brought to the hospital or what. I don't know. If I hear anything more reliable on that, I'll certainly let you know. Let me shout out some of our YouTube members real quick. Appreciate our YouTube members like Evelyn in Maine, Wicked Code, UV, Roger Shoemaker, Board Activity. Thanks for being members. Drunk Dreams, Warco Sanchez, Eddie C, Ann Hove, thanks for being a YouTube member. David Fisher, JD63. Cyrene74, Legend OC Flip, Susan Buchner, visiting over from Facebook, thank you. 610 MRA, Lola P. Sydney, thanks to our YouTube members. Anna. I see a fire truck, it looks like. Thanks Agrovation for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Timido1 for your support on Twitch. And Big Dog Gaming, thank you. Coming up any moment now, there's supposed to be a Trump bill signing event. And Oh, I have video from the White House for you. So maybe he'll talk about Syria. I don't know. But I can show you video of this. I can put it on the screen for you in addition to this live video. Hang on, I'm going to get it on the screen for you right now. Maybe he'll talk about Syria. Maybe he'll take questions. I don't know. Are you ready? I'm going to put it up on the screen for you guys. Hang on a moment here. We're going to get it for you. Look, it's the White House. Oh, it's about to start. I guess we should turn the audio on. Oh, they're playing music. So when President Trump starts speaking, we will hear what he has to say. Is he going to take questions, says Sivlap? I have no idea. Bella says it seems like more people are gathering in this area compared to earlier. You can see in the back as a vehicle with an Israeli flag and a Druze flag that just drove by. The cameras in Israel on the Syrian border. Thank you, Kristen Gates. I appreciate it. Thanks to John Joe Jr. John Joe Jr. Thank you for being a member. Thanks again, Terry9895. Thank you, Terry. David Fisher. Thank you so much, David Fisher, for your support. Really appreciate it, David. I think I thanked Donna Smith. Thank you, Donna. Our viewer Asefarian says Israel is always bombing everyone, then playing the victim. Paul Cumies sent me a meme that the message of the meme is that way more attention, the meme says, is paid to Israeli strikes to prevent massacres than massacres of Christians and Druze by Syrian Islamists. That's what Paul thinks. Oh, President Trump's coming in right now. President Trump's coming in right now. Hold on. Let's see what he has to say at this bill signing event.
Well, thank you very much. Please. It's an honor to be with you. We're making a lot of progress in our country, generally too. But this is a very special time because we've worked very hard to put ourselves in this position. Today we strike a righteous blow to the drug dealers, narcotic traffickers, and criminal cartels that we've all been hearing so much about for so many years, and very little has been done. and we take a historic step toward justice for every family touched by the fentanyl scourge as we sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Thank you very much. With this bill, we are officially and permanently classifying all fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1 narcotics, which is actually a very big deal. It doesn't sound like much. It's a big deal, as they will tell you, meaning anyone caught trafficking these illicit poisons will be punished with a mandatory 10-year minimum sentence in prison. We'll be getting the drug dealers, pushers, and peddlers off our street, and we will not rest until we have ended the drug overdose epidemic. And it's been getting a little bit better, but it's horrible. It's horrible. We're going to end it once and for all. And we're pleased to be joined on this occasion by my future DEA administrator. He's going to be a very important position, Terry Cole. Where's Terry Cole? Hello, Terry Cole. I hope you're as good as they say, Terry. I hope you're as good as Glenn Youngkin says, because it was his recommendation that got you this job. You better do a good job, or I'm blaming Glenn. Glenn, I'm going to blame you if he's no good. And who the hell knows, but I have a feeling he's going to be great. Is he that good? All right, good. You better be good. But it was really, Glenn has had tremendous experience with Terry, and he said he's fantastic. He did the job like nobody that you've seen, and we take your word for it. Thank you very much, Glenn. Also with us is Secretary Kristi Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. Where's Kristi? Where are you? Kristi. Hi, Kristi. She is doing a great job with Tom Homan, who's fantastic. He's also central casting. He does serve the central casting role, too, doesn't he? And he's a great guy. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, thank you very much. Thank you. Good job. And we have some good news on Gaza and good news on a couple of things that we're working on at a very high level. But you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. My nominee to lead the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter. Sarah, great reporter, too. She was a very tough and good reporter, and you've done a fantastic job. So now you'll be able to put all that experience to work. No more criticizing or anything else. You got to do it yourself, and you're going to do a great job, you know, as reporters do on occasion. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sarah. Good luck. Governors Glenn Youngkin, Jeff Landry, and Kelly Armstrong, where are you? Stand up. Great. Hi, fellas. Hi. How are you? And great friends of ours, Senators Chuck Grassley. Chuck, fantastic. You look fantastic. Looks like he's 44 years old. You look great, Chuck. We're proud of you. Jim Banks. Jim. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Good job. Ron Johnson. Ron, good. We've got that bill passed, Ron. We got it passed. Thank you for all your help, too. Ashley Moody. Ashley, thank you very much. Jim Risch. Thank you, Jim. And you're doing a great job on the committees, and you're getting them through, the people that we need, right? I appreciate it, Jim, very much. I urge him, like, Jim, you got to get going. No, Jim's been fantastic. Bill Cassidy. Thank you, Bill, very much. Thank you very much. And Roger Marshall. Roger, thank you. And by the way, I have to say, John Thune called. He said, can you get my senators back? We're taking a vote, so we're going to go as quickly as you can. And if you feel like the urge, just get out. And we got to get all these bills signed, a lot of them related to what we're doing. So don't have the urge to stay. I won't be insulted if you walk out. But he just called. He said, could you get him back as soon as possible? Representatives Morgan Griffin, Brett Guthrie, Andy Biggs, Andy Barr, Buddy Carter, Addison McDowell, Troy Balderson. Hi, Troy. Randy Feenstra. Thank you, Randy. Scott Franklin, Tony Gonzalez, John Joyce, Dan Muser, Mike Carey, Scott Fitzgerald, Diana Harshbarger, Bob Latta. That's a good group of people. Hal Rogers, Mike Rowley, and Nick Langworthy. Thank you. We've got a lot of great people. That's a lot of political talent we have. A lot of political talent. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to State Attorneys General Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna, wherever you may be, because, you know, Brenna, she was the first one in that state to endorse Trump. Thank you very much. I don't forget those things, even though this is non-political today, okay? Alan Wilson, Chris Carr, and Marty Jackley. Thank you all very much. Thank you. So 6 months ago, we came into office and inherited the worst drug crisis in American history by far. They did nothing. For 4 long years, Joe Biden surrendered our borders to the most evil and vicious traffickers, networks, and everything else on the planet Earth, allowing foreign drug cartels to carve out a massive footprint on American soil. We were doing nothing. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth. And illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history, and hopefully will always be the largest. I can't imagine anything being worse. They allowed millions and millions of criminals into our country, 11,888 murders, 50% of whom murdered more than one person. On day one of the Trump administration, we declared an all-out war on the dealers, smugglers, traffickers, and cartels. Within moments of taking office, I deployed the U.S. military to our border and unleashed the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol to defend our country from an invasion. This was an invasion. This wasn't people coming in. This was an invasion of our country, allowed to happen by people either that didn't care or were just stupid people. Stupid people. I also designated the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And within a few short weeks, believe it or not, if you remember, now we've even surpassed that, but we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. And last month, we had the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. We had in June, the number was actually 0. Now, even I don't believe that, but we're going to take it. How can you go from hundreds of thousands to 0? But that's what they say. And these are very liberal people that do the recording, so I think we're going to have to take it. But the number was 0 in June. Can't get much better than that, right? On day one, I signed executive orders to create new Homeland Security task forces, marshaling the full power of federal law enforcement to eradicate transnational criminal networks and traffickers from our soil. We wanted them out. 2 weeks ago, we secured the resources necessary to achieve that mission when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all. You did a great job. And you could go point after point how good it is. You know, they have just a hit against that. It's one of the biggest tax cuts in history. Really the biggest everything in history. We have things in terms of security, in terms of securing our country, taking care of our police officers, law enforcement, our ICE and Border Patrol patriots. I call them patriots because that's what they are. These are strong people, tough people that love our country. If they weren't tough, they wouldn't survive. But we do more for the country in that bill, I think, than just about any bill that's been passed. And we're going to have to start speaking about it because the Democrats use it, they say, it represents death. How effective is that, right? That's pretty good. It represents death. That's all they have. They only have lies. It's the only thing they have. They don't have policy. They can't get people elected. They don't have good candidates. They don't have anything, but they do have two things. They stick together. They stick together like glue. And they always come up with a good little tagline. This tagline is death. And the death is them. We're the ones that are giving life. We're giving life with that bill. And there's so many good things, whether it's no tax on tips. Think of that. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. If you buy a car, you want to buy a car, you get a deduction of interest on your mortgage. So think of that. Things that were never even a possibility. And then so much else in terms of health, in terms of providing care. It's really just a fantastic bill, and it's about time that we're going to start, and we'll start talking about it. But once we do, I think we're going to have the greatest midterm that you've ever seen, because this thing really is amazing. And I want to thank all of the senators in particular for getting it done, It also makes the largest investment in the U.S. Coast Guard since World War II, ensuring that we have assets and all of the assets needed to vanquish the cartels from the waterways of North America. We're building a lot of Coast Guard ships that go very speedily along the water, and they're very lethal. They're very powerful, and that's what we need, because a lot of it comes in as we block up the border. They start using the water. That's a good run. I could use that. They block up the border. We start using the water. And that's what happens. They start using the water. Who would think? They even actually developed small submarines. You saw that, right? Small submarines to get the drugs in. And it's incredible. But we've stopped them. I've also directed the Department of Justice to seek maximum sentences for fentanyl traffickers. We're going to absolutely do the maximum. Since my inauguration, the DOJ has seized over 4,500 pounds of fentanyl, which is a record, including with the enormous Sinaloa cartel bust in May, one of the toughest cartels out there, the largest fentanyl bust ever in United States history. And now with the signing of the HALT Fentanyl Act, in just a few moments, we are delivering another defeat for the savage drug smugglers and criminals and the cartels who have a tremendous amount to say about Mexico. If you want to be nice about it, I'm trying to be nice about it. They have very strong controls over Mexico, and we have to do something about that. Can't let that happen. The Mexican authorities are petrified. They're petrified to show up at their office. They're petrified to go to work because the cartels have a tremendous grip on Mexico and the politicians and the people that get elected. For years, the monsters who manufacture illicit fentanyl have sought to skirt legal restrictions by making minor variations of the chemical compound, and in the process, they've developed even more toxic versions of the drug. One common variant, known as carfentanil, it's becoming more and more common. It's 100 times more potent than the original version of fentanyl. Can you imagine? Look at what you have to suffer with the original. I mean, this is 100 times more potent, and it's happening stronger, more and more dangerous. And as you know, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China, but I imposed a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl, and I call it a penalty. It's a penalty because China delivers much of the fentanyl. Some people would say all of it. They deliver it into Mexico and even into our own country. We have a 20%, so they pay billions of dollars in damages for what they've done. And I think we're going to work it out so that China is going to end up going from that to giving the death penalty to the people that create this fentanyl and send it into our country, whether it's through other countries or directly. I believe that we would have had that deal a long time ago. I shook hands with them, and then we had a rigged election, and we had somebody else come in, and they didn't know anything about a deal for the death penalty. The death penalty is going to be imposed on people from China that make fentanyl and send it into our country. I believe that's going to happen soon. But as of today, all fentanyl-related substances will be banned forever, and those who traffic in these deadly poisons will be put behind bars for a very long period of time. We're joined today by just a few of the millions of families ravaged by this scourge, including Greg Swan from Michigan, who carries with him the heartbreaking loss of his beautiful son, Drew. Drew became addicted to opioids after being prescribed painkillers following a sports injury, got injured, and this is happening so much, got injured in sports and ends up, you leave the hospital a week later and you're addicted. But he fought through it and got himself clean. Then one day, Drew took a pill laced with fentanyl. He took it just casually, thought it would be okay. Took a chance and he thought it'd be okay, and it didn't work out. And he tragically lost his life. And Greg, I'd like you to come forward, and if you could just say a few words about your wonderful, wonderful son, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honor of my life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will be brief. It's the honor of my life to be here, and Drew was the happiest day of my life was when he was born, and he always called me his hero to the day he died. And his passing ruined, I thought, my life, and every parent back here that I meet and in the audience, some of my friends, their life is gutted when they lose a kid. There's despair and there's hopelessness. But we've been able to find some repose in going out and advocating, and we want to hit every school in America. There's 26,727 of them. We want to go into every one. The kids are silent when they hear we lost somebody to this, and we tell our story, and they leave unequivocally ready to run away from fentanyl. I would just like to say thank you, Mr. President, for stopping the border crossings. Full stop, mic drop. I'll step back but it was amazing what you did. We were being gaslit, and you came and lit a fire to that story, and we're a lot safer for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
That's tough stuff. We're also grateful to be joined by California native Ann Fundner, who lost her beautiful eldest son, Weston, to fentanyl when he was just 15 years old, exactly 1 year ago today. Ann delivered a moving tribute to Weston at the Republican National Convention. People that saw it have not forgotten it. And Ann, I'd like you to please come up and say a few words about your wonderful boy. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished guests. My name is Ann Fundner.
Oh, come here. I'm going to hold.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm an angel parent. 1 year ago today, on July 16th, I stood in front of America and told the story of my son, Weston, at the RNC. And about how he was a beautiful, loving, had a wonderful life. We did everything right. But one pill, one mistake, given by a friend under peer pressure, took his life. In the last 4 years, fentanyl became the #1 killer of Americans, ages 15 to 48. And children under 14 are the fastest growing demographic. President Trump, for 4 years, we felt ignored. But you've changed that, and we appreciate that so much. You've closed the borders, sanctioned cartels, imposed tariffs, closed shipping loopholes. Most people don't know about that. That was a big one. Dealt with countries where it's coming from. You mobilized Treasury, Justice Department, Homeland Security, lawmakers, legislators, and today the signing of the Halt Fentanyl Act, bipartisan and overwhelmingly supported by everybody, making fentanyl a Schedule I drug to strengthen the criminalization and prosecution of people who peddle this. It is a lifeline for families across America and keeping our families safe. And that's all you always want, to keep America safe. And thank you so much. Thank you for keeping America safe and for our children. And this is what we voted for. Mr. President, God bless you. God bless our angel families who are all here with us today, and all of you sitting up here with us. And God bless America. Thank you so much. You can have that. Would you like that? I would love to give that to you.
Thank you very much. It's just crazy that we have to even be doing this. It's so sad. It should be so unnecessary that we stand here for years and years doing the same thing over and over. It's terrible. A friend of mine, a longtime friend of mine, is Jackie Siegel, and her beautiful children, her husband David just passed away. David Siegel was a great developer, great developer, great guy, a friend of mine. But her children, Jordan, Jacqueline, and Drew, come from Florida. Jackie lost her beautiful daughter Victoria to drugs when Victoria was just 18 years old, a beautiful person. And this April, Jackie lost her sister Jessica to fentanyl. In her daughter's honor, Jackie founded Victoria's Voice. And I'd like to ask Jackie to come up and say a few words about her daughter, her husband, her family. She's comes from a great family. And
all right, guys, so I was showing this briefing. I was showing this appearance from President Trump because, first of all, I want to see if he said anything about Syria. It doesn't look like it's something he's going to take questions at. Also, while I was showing the start of this, we lost our live feed. So I don't have a live feed from Syria right now. We had one, or from the Israeli border with Syria. Right now, Secretary of State Rubio has said, I'll show you again what he said. He said there's been an agreement worked out among the parties involved to stop the hostilities in Syria. Let me just show you again what he said. He said, oops, hold on. We have engaged all the parties involved in the clashes in Syria. We have agreed on specific steps that will bring this troubling and horrifying situation to an end tonight. This will require all the parties to deliver on the commitments they have made, and this is what we fully expect them to do. So that is what he's saying is going to happen. And just the brief summary of what happened. A few days ago in southern Syria, there started to be some clashes between the Druze religious sect forces and Bedouin forces. The Syrian government, which is a new government as of about the end, that took over late last year, which is a Sunni Muslim government, they went into the region and they said they were going to stop the fighting, but they ended up fighting with Druze forces, and there have been reports of atrocities happening in southern Syria. Israel then started to attack the Syrian forces that were attacking the Druze, and originally they were attacking those forces in southern Syria, but today Israel started attacking Syrian targets in Damascus, including the defense ministry and also a target right near the presidential palace. So this has really ramped up. Israel has said that Syria needs to stop attacking the Druze and also needs to withdraw its forces from southern Syria, which is close to Israel. So, unclear if, as Secretary of State Rubio said, this will all put an end to this situation tonight. I did see, I will say this, I did see some reporting, unconfirmed, in Arabic language media that the Syrian forces had begun to withdraw. So, for example, where was it here? Yeah. Al Arabiya said, is that where it was? Al Arabiya? Yeah. Al Arabiya, which is an Arabic language news outlet, said they are seeing army convoys exit Suwayda in implementation of the agreement. They posted a video that it said showed government forces leaving the Sweida area. Sweida is, I believe, majority Druze. That's where the fighting has been. So I just posted a link in the chat about that. Syria TV, which I believe is a government channel, Syria TV. They said that the Syrian army has begun withdrawing from Sweida. Al-Hadath, another prominent Arabic language news outlet, said Syrian army convoys, they saw Syrian army convoys leave Suwayda region in implementation of the agreement. So there's some reporting suggesting that this truce or ceasefire, whatever agreement you want to call it, is being implemented. I don't have video of that. James Gorman says, so Israel accomplished its goal. Well, we'll have to, I don't know if the goal was to make the fighting stop in southern Syria and also to keep the Syrian government forces out of southern Syria. Have they? I don't know. We'll have to see, maybe it's also to send a larger message to the government. Keep your forces out of southern Syria. We'll have to see how things go in the future. I don't even know that there won't be more fighting tonight. But we're seeing reports that that the troops that this government forces have started to withdraw. Austin Batman says Trump did not take any questions. Yeah, that event is over now. The Trump event is over. And I'll just we showed it before, but I'll just show you one more time this video of the of Israel striking the defense ministry there. Really wild video. Hang on. Here, I'm putting it on the screen for you right now, in case you haven't seen it. Here is this video. That's from earlier. This is a Reuters video, and that's Israel striking the defense ministry in Damascus, in the capital. Look at that. And I'll show you that this video explains some more stuff here, so I'll let it play again.
Syrian government forces. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the defense ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Israel has vowed to destroy Syrian government forces, attacking Druze communities in southern Syria and demanded they withdraw. Shortly before the blasts, Israel's defense minister had said painful blows will come. Scores of people have been killed this week in violence around the southern city of Suwayda. Fighting between the Druze minority, government security forces, and members of Bedouin tribes has prompted Israel to strike repeatedly with the declared aim of protecting the Druze. Druze are followers of an offshoot religion of Islam and a spread between Syria, Lebanon and Israel. Druze in Israel have been calling on the Israeli military to protect Druze in Syria. On Wednesday, some Israeli Druze broke through an Israel-Syria border fence in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Druze citizens in Israel not to cross the border into Syria, saying the situation was very grave and they could be kidnapped or killed. The Israeli military said it continued to strike Syrian regime targets in southern Syria, including tanks and pickup trucks mounted with machine guns heading towards Suwayda. The violence has underlined big challenges facing interim President Ahmed al-Sharaa, despite warming ties with the United States. He seeks to stitch Syria back together in the face of deep misgivings from groups that reject Islamist rule. Powerful airstrikes rocked
Again, here's
Damascus on
this
Wednesday,
crazy video
targeting
from
the
earlier
Defense Ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the Defense Ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. Powerful airstrikes rocked Damascus on Wednesday, targeting the Defense Ministry and hitting next to the presidential palace in the Syrian capital.
And just in case you didn't know, there's Israel and there's Syria, and there's Damascus, and the city where the fighting has been concentrated between the Druze and the government forces is Sweida, which is down here. So there's the Syrian-Israel border here. Damascus here, Suwayda here. Syria, Israel. I'm just going to do a quick check to see if I have any other updates right now. I don't have any live video to show you. Let me just see if I see anything urgent here. Timur Azari with Reuters reported that the Syria's health ministry said dozens of bodies were found in Sweida National Hospital. I don't really know what to make of that report. I don't know who the bodies are supposed to be. Are they? Because Syria's health ministry said it. So I don't have any updates on that at the moment. And I will state the Wall Street Journal said that that the Druze in Israel are seen as loyal to the state, and they have fought in Israel's military. And when Druze in other countries are attacked, the Druze in Israel expect that Israel will defend them. ALC says a video from the hospital was quite disturbing. It's on Twitter. So, yeah, just to give, just to mention here, a couple of these, some of the allegations. There have been videos on social media floating around the last couple of days that purport to show, people being mistreated and people having been killed. And as an example, just to mention it, AAP says reports of attacks on civilians continue to surface. Druze with family members in the conflict zone search desperately for information about their fate amid communication blackouts. And one person who a Druze woman living in the UAE with family members in Suwayda said a cousin told her that a house where their relatives had lived in Suwayda had been burned down with everyone in it. You know, these are some accusations. Videos surfaced on social media of government-affiliated fighters forcibly shaving the mustaches of Druze sheikhs and stepping on Druze flags and pictures of religious clerics, says AP. Other videos showed Druze fighters beating captured government forces and posing by their bodies. AP reporters in the area saw burned and looted whole households. So definitely reports of some violence, and I guess and some of what sounds like atrocities, but unconfirmed in that area. The Washington Post says, during the unrest, there have been numerous reports of Syrian government troops abusing or humiliating Druze residents, with many of those incidents shared on social media. Syria's health ministry, says Reuters, said dozens of bodies, including fighters and civilians, had been found in a hospital in the city. Ginol Ghana says it's getting intense, could be a flashpoint coming. Yotam says there are video of Syrian army shaving Druzes, shaving mustaches off, I believe. Celeste said, I saw those videos yesterday. I can't show those various videos here. I don't have the rights to them, and they're not, I can't verify them. But there's a bunch of video on social media. Oh, let me show you this. Look. I just saw something I wanted to show you. Where is it here? AP has an article. Here's what triggered the latest deadly violence in Syria and why it matters. Clashes between government forces and members of a minority sect in Syria. The Druze have drawn intervention by Israel and once again raised fears of a breakdown in the country's fragile post-war order. Syria is deeply divided as it tries to emerge from decades of dictatorship and nearly 14 years of civil war. Clashes have on several occasions broken out between forces loyal to the government and Druze fighters since the fall of President Assad in early December. He fell to a rebel offensive led by Sunni Islamist insurgent groups. But this week's fighting has escalated to new levels of violence. Some background here from AP. The Druze and Syria's new government. The Druze religious sect is a minority group that began as a 10th century offshoot of Ismailism, a branch of Shiite Islam. More than half of the roughly 1 million Druze worldwide live in Syria. Most of the other Druze live in Lebanon and Israel. In Syria, the Druze largely live in southern Sweida province and some suburbs of Damascus. The transitional government in Syria, the new government, has promised to include minorities, including the Druze, but the new 23-member government in Syria has only one Druze member. Under the Assad family's tight rule, religious freedom was guaranteed in Syria, then boasted about its secular. Religious freedom was guaranteed as Syria then boasted about its secular and Arab nationalist system. The Druze had been divided over how to deal with their issues with the new status quo in Syria. Many Druze supported a dialogue with the government, while others wanted a more confrontational approach. Reports of attacks on Druze civilians by government-affiliated forces since the latest round of fighting broke out have further alienated many Druze from the new authorities. Syria's minorities worry about their rights under this new Sunni Islamist government, says AP. Syria's religious and ethnic communities are worried about their place in Syria's new system that is mostly run by Islamists, according to some who have, including some who have links to extremist groups. The country's new president, Ahmad al-Sharaa, himself is a former militant who was once a member of al-Qaeda. Although al-Sharaa has said the right of ethnic and religious minorities will be protected, there have been several rounds of sectarian killings since Assad's fall. The Assad family rule that was dominated by members of the Alawite sect had oppressed much of the country's Sunni majority while giving minorities some powers. Clashes began after checkpoint robbery. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said these clashes started after members of a Bedouin tribe in Sweida province set up a checkpoint where they attacked and robbed a Druze man, leading to tit-for-tat attacks and kidnappings between the Bedouin tribes and Druze armed groups. Government security forces deployed to restore order to the region, but were seen as taking the side of the Bedouin tribes against Druze factions. By Wednesday, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, a UK-based war monitor, reported some 300 people had been killed, including 27 who were summarily executed. Videos and reports surfaced of government-affiliated forces burning and looting civilian houses and humiliating Druze men by forcibly shaving their mustaches. Israel, which has periodically intervened or threatened to intervene in support of the Druze in Syria, launched dozens of strikes, this was yesterday I believe, on convoys of government forces in southern Syria and today on government facilities in Damascus. Israel has threatened further escalation. In Israel, the Druze are seen as a loyal minority and often serve in the military. Also, Israel does not want Islamic militants near the country's northern border. Since Assad's fall, Israeli forces have seized control of a UN-patrolled buffer zone in Syria near the border with the Israel-annexed Golan and have carried out hundreds of airstrikes on military sites. I'll just finish. It's an interesting article. I'll finish up down here. The current clashes raise fears of a worsening spiral of sectarian violence. In March, an ambush on government security forces by fighters loyal to Assad triggered days of sectarian and revenge attacks. Hundreds of civilians were killed, most of them from the minority Alawite sect that Assad belongs to. A commission was formed to investigate the attacks but has not made its findings public. There have also been rising tensions between authorities in Damascus and Kurdish-led authorities controlling the country's northeast. Despite having reached an agreement in March to merge their forces, the two sides have since come to an impasse and the deal has not been implemented. The ongoing instability threatens to derail Syria's fragile recovery after more than a decade of war that devastated its infrastructure and displaced half of Syria's pre-war population of 23 million. So that gives you a little summary of what happened. Here's what triggered the deadly violence in Syria and why it matters. So we have a new, as of 7-8 months ago, Sunni Islamist government, but we have a number of different sects in the country of different religions, and there's this question of, will the country be able to unite behind this new government or not? An NY committee says the oppressed always end up wanting to be the oppressor. That's what NY committee says. Chris says former ISIS member target a religious minority. Who could have seen that happening? Was Shara in ISIS? I know he was in Al-Qaeda. He was in Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Hang on a second here. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Some of our viewers are saying not in ISIS. By the way, it is 11:02 p.m. in Syria right now.
It's 4:02 p.m.
Every time I say Syria, it activates my Siri pretty much. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. What are they reporting? What does this say? Syrian Observatory for Human Rights has a report, and it says, I need to translate it here. It says, the withdrawal of military forces from Sweida has begun in preparation for the implementation of a U.S.-brokered regional security agreement. So again, they are seen as a reliable source. Syrian Observatory for Human Rights is now reporting that the withdrawal of military forces from Suwayda region has begun, which a number of other outlets are reporting as well. Oh, I'm not going to show it, but hold on a second here. I've seen some videos floating around supposedly from Syria, but I can't show them. And I don't have a live shot right now. I had it before. We showed it before. And I can't, you know, again, there's different graphic videos floating around of purported atrocities from this fighting the last couple days, but I can't verify them. I would be careful. A lot of claims floating around on different sides. Ynet, which is an Israeli media outlet, they are reporting that government forces are withdrawing from the Druze stronghold. Oh, also, I guess state media is reporting it now too, maybe? I haven't seen that myself. Eddie C says too much is going on. Hopefully this can not keep going on. Oh, I just saw Sham FM in Syria says there will be a word from President al-Shara of Syria shortly. Again, Sham FM, which is a media outlet in Syria, says that the president of Syria is going to speak shortly. Maybe he'll announce this agreement. I don't know what shortly means, but they just said it. There was a fire in Belgium at the Tomorrowland Music Festival a couple days before it was supposed to begin, and the stage was destroyed. I'll post a link in the chat. Excuse me. If he's speaking soon, I would certainly like to hear what he's going to say. But let me just see if I can find any other reporting on when he's speaking. I'm going to have to eat something soon. I'll say that. I was hoping to get you a little more updates. We'll wait a couple of minutes here and just see if we hear anything, if we hear from the president. But again, there's a bunch of reports that say that the government troops have started to withdraw from the Druze area. But there are reports of killings on both sides. I don't know exactly what has happened there. Hey, thanks, Rod Remix. Al Arabiya says their correspondent, they just reported this, Al Arabiya Network says their correspondent is monitoring the Syrian army withdrawing from Sweida. Oh, also, hey guys, I'm going to post it right now. The state news agency Sana just posted footage of the withdrawal of the Syrian forces from Sweida in accordance with an agreement between the Syrian state and the city's religious sheiks, and following the completion of the army's pursuit of outlaw groups. So, Sana, which is Syrian state media, just said that the Syrian government forces have completed their pursuit of what they call outlaw groups and are now withdrawing. So it certainly seems like we're hearing reporting suggesting that this deal that Marco Rubio said had been reached is being implemented. That's what it seems like. Everything we're seeing suggests that. But you have state media now saying that they've completed their activity. Susan Buchner says fabulous. Well, it would be good if the fighting stopped, at least for the moment. I'm just seeing, again, there was one report that the Syrian president was going to speak shortly. But everything I'm seeing is all this reporting saying that, including from state media, saying that Syrian government forces are pulling out of the area. Okay, Google, and I have not heard any reports in the last hour or so of new Israeli airstrikes. Maybe the last couple hours. There were some earlier. Al Arabiya has a correspondent on the ground showing Syrian army vehicles pulling out of the area. I'll post a link in the chat. I just posted it. All right, here's what I'm going to do, because I don't at the moment have a lot of updates. I've been passing along these reports, including from State TV, but also other outlets, that Syria has started to pull out their forces from the Druze area of Suwayda in southern Syria. This comes after Secretary of State Rubio of the U.S. said there was an agreement that has been reached that would put an end to the situation tonight. So I think we've been on for a while. I need to eat something. I don't know if we're going to hear anything more anytime soon. So I'm going to start, I think, wrapping up this live stream. But if there's some kind of huge new development, we can just do another stream. There's nothing keeping me from doing another stream. But I think for this stream, it's time to start wrapping this stream up. Okay, so I will keep an eye on this. I'm hoping the government forces withdraw and the fighting stops, at least for now. But I will keep an eye on it. If there's some huge news, we'll come back on and do a stream. Also, I will post updates on my X account about this and other stories, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there, @Lookner. We'll keep you posted. But I very much appreciate you guys being here for the stream, everybody who's been watching, everybody who's been posting in the chat, everybody who's been commenting, letting me read your comments, people who've been sending me news updates, thank you. And we'll keep an eye on things. And if there's other big news today, we'll come back on the air. But I do appreciate you being with us. If you like live breaking news coverage like this without an agenda, subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. Make sure you turn on the notifications. I never know when big news is going to happen. I didn't know this was going to happen the last couple of days. And I didn't know Israel was going to attack Damascus today. I can't tell you in advance when we're coming on the air usually, but if you sign up for our notifications, it's free and you will get sent a notification right before we go live every time. It works great. We do it through Discord. The moderators will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notifications link in the description on YouTube and Facebook of this video as well. Although Facebook, we're not on Facebook right now because Facebook was having issues today. Hopefully Facebook can fix their live streaming issues. But sign up for the notifications. I also really appreciate our moderators who have been here. Thank you so much, moderators, for being here during the stream, like Ruth and Beth Mythical, and Beezy over there on YouTube, Janet B, all of our other YouTube moderators. Thanks so much for being there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks for moderating for us over there. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and McBridges on Twitch. I owe some other thank yous on Twitch. I'm behind. Thanks to Jax Haku for subscribing, and Big Dog Gaming for your support, and James R. Herndon for subscribing on Twitch, and CC143 and Luddington71, and TCHNR. I think I got behind on the Twitch. Did I thank Hot Richard and also... I think I did. Anyways, I was behind on the Twitch thank yous today. I'm very sorry about that. My fault. My fault. Next time I'll do better. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators, people like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Valerie Gale Griffin, Christina Neal, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you. Sorry about the Facebook issues today. I have no control over that. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. That is super nice of you guys. That is what supports the channel, allows me to buy news footage and all that. So I really appreciate your support for the channel. Very kind of you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But a huge thanks to everyone who donated today. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to our members. I think I forgot to thank Robert Tessman and Fermi Paradox, our members. Kristen Gates over there as well in the chat. Visiting from Facebook too. We have some visitors from Facebook. Okay, let's see here. Hold on a second. Again, I will keep an eye on news during the day. If there's some big, look, obviously if President Trump tries to fire Jerome Powell, we'll cover that. I don't know that that's going to happen, but there's reporting suggesting it could happen. Let's see. Hey, by the way, another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on X. For those of you on X, @AgendaFreeTV, I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there too. So you can follow over on X @AgendaFreeTV. And also, what was I going to say? We have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, it's free. A lot of our viewers like doing that. So check out the Discord chat. The link is the same as the free notifications link. So check that out. By the way, again, there's reporting that's saying that the Syrian president will deliver a speech shortly. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but I don't know when that's going to be. So I'm kind of just checking on it. I apologize if he says it, if he does it right after I'm on the air, but I don't have a firm time, so you know, I got to eat something too. So I'm hoping he says, you know, we're pulling out of the region. As I mentioned, state news already said that the forces were pulling out after completing their activities there, which is a positive sign. Yeah, Sana'a state news said footage shows the withdrawal of the Syrian forces from Sweida, the government forces, in accordance with an agreement between the Syrian state and the city's religious sheikhs, and following the completion of the army's pursuit of outlaw groups. So that's positive. And multiple other outlets are showing Syrian government forces leaving the area. Thank you to Eddie C. Hey, thanks, Eddie C., for your support. I appreciate that. So again, I'm sorry if I get off the air and then the president speaks soon after. I wouldn't have a speech in English anyway. Wickedest Witch says, hoping for a quiet night all over the world. Also, I would suggest, thanks to our Discord mods, by the way, for all you do. Thanks for all your help, Discord mods. And I want to mention for our YouTube viewers, if you want a good way of finding out when we're live on YouTube, I would subscribe. I would turn on the notifications on YouTube. Those can be very helpful. But to turn on the YouTube notifications is a little tricky. You got to subscribe to the channel. Then you click the notifications bell and you choose all notifications. So again, subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers, even though we're not live on Facebook right now. Appreciate all of our subscribers over there who subscribe to the channel, like Sharon Klassen Goslin, Kristen Gates, Robert Real II, Lou Knight, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other subscribers over there. Thank you. Our Twitch subscribers too, like CC143. Thanks so much for supporting the channel by subscribing on Twitch. LCS Fox, and Matthew Kohai 3, Sven Christensen, Devil Doc, Bad Toastery, All of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you. James R. Herndon, Jax Haku, thanks. And our YouTube members, too. People like Chris Lee, Leslie Ladyhawk, Just Me, Leia, Kelly Smith, Evelyn in Maine, Kick Off, Bluesy Girl, Pat W., J.K. Senar, Ronald Kane. Thanks for your support, Ronald. I Need Some Skooma, Kelly Smith, True Sleuth. Thanks for being members. Gary Pates, Confidence in God, D. Haviland 2000, Shashi B. Husband, Bihushan, Shashib Hushan. Oh, Cruella is there. Thank you. All right, so we're wrapping this up. Appreciate you joining. I'll do one last quick check here. All right, I think that's it for now. I think that is it for now. All right, guys. Thanks, Blue Rag, for watching. Dil G. Warren, thank you for watching. Suspense 16, thanks for watching. Zayama, Strong One. Our viewer N3X3 says this region is hopeless. They always attack and then cry about bombings. All right, so wrapping this up, you've been watching our live coverage of Israel attacking Syria, including in Damascus. After fighting between Syrian government forces and the Druze religious sect in southern Syria. So that is it for now. Very much appreciate you watching. Thanks again to our moderators, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.